Walter, can you give me some insight into what is the beginning of European history?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think that all African scholars, intellectuals, teachers, and students should know that question or should know that answer by asking that question. Because one has to realize when you begin to try to research European history, you cannot find any definite beginning dates for the European. But you have to look at the time that Alexander came into Egypt in 332 BCE. Okay? Now, when Alexander came into Egypt in 332 BCE, that was the beginning of European history. Because history consists of 5, I call it ingredients. And those 5 ingredients are time, people, places, events, and literature. Literature is very important because literature is used, or a writing system to create literature is used to document time, people, places, and events. Now, you got to remember also that our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, those Africans over in Egypt, from their culture came the creation of the world's first alphabet. So therefore, they created the first alphabet ever created for human or mankind. So therefore, they were the only literate people living on planet Earth at that time, because an alphabet makes an individual literate. So without ancestors creating this alphabet, or the world's first created alphabet, because all other alphabets that are used today is nothing but a derivative of the ancient Egyptian hieratic, demotic, cursive, phonetic alphabet. In my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, The Historical Origin of Islam, I have an alphabet chart in there. And if the individual will buy either one of those books and look to the extreme left, there's 3-line column there. And under that 3-line, above that 3-line column, it says ancient Egypt. That means that those 3 lines represent the writing system of our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. The very line to your very left of that 3-column alphabet is the hieroglyphic, or the pictorial symbols that our ancestors communicated with during the time of antiquity. And then where the alphabet starts is with the 2nd and 3rd line, which is the hieratic, demotic, cursive, Coptic Egyptian script that is used today. Because when the Greeks came into Egypt, they had no writing system. They were illiterate, uncivilized, and I say savages. And I'm not saying that to criticize anyone. I'm bringing out the facts of the matter about the Greeks. They had no institutions in Greece, nor did they have an institution in Europe. In order to have an institution, you have to have an alphabet to write with. So the only institutions on planet Earth during the time of antiquity, which is ancient times, were the institutions in Egypt during the time of antiquity. So when the Greeks came in 332, which is the beginning of all European history, they came in contact with our ancestors, our Melkite Coptic Egyptian ancestors. And these Melkite Copts were your bourgeois, or they ran the government, and so forth and so on. But you got to also remember that in Egypt, with the high civilization and these Greek Arabs coming in, the Greeks forced the Greek language on our ancestors, and they in turn learned that language and applied an alphabet to the Greek language. Today they call that Greek language an alphabet, and they put it out here as a misnomer to give and insinuate that the Greeks had an alphabet. The Greeks never had an alphabet themselves, but the Greek language our ancestors put an alphabet to. So that's how you get a Greek alphabet, you see. And when the Romans came in, 302 years after the Greek Ptolemaic dynasties ran out, they forced this Italian form of language on our ancestors, the same as the Greeks forced the Greek language on our ancestors. And our ancestors learned that Italian Roman type language and applied an alphabet to it. So today, that's where you get the Latin. And from the Latin comes the English and so forth and so on. And but getting back to Alexander and the Greeks, after coming into Egypt, saw all the beautiful culture that was created by our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. And they wanted to be made part of that. But in order for them to be made part of, they knew that they had to get accepted by the ancient Egyptian sacred society. So they set out to do that. They were rejected because our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, never race mixed with other races. They didn't do that. And so they were rejected from it. So Alexander lived 9 years after coming in 332. In 323 BCE, he died. Now remember, BCE dates are counted down. BC dates are counted down. The dates that we live in are counted up.
Right.
So therefore, I want the listening audience to know the difference between BC dates and the dates that we live in today, after the Common Era or the AC dates. Mm-hmm. You see. So now, he died, and they had a Dioduci meeting. Dioduci means this. That word means successor of Alexander. And it was voted on that at this meeting, the Dioduci meeting, that Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Sotar, would be in control of Egypt. Okay? And this is in 323, after the death of Alexander. Now in 320, he tried to get his image put into and accepted by the sacred society or the sacred temple society in Egypt. Mm-hmm. Still rejected. But he found a member or a temple in Memphis, Egypt, where the members, the priests and priestesses, took two of their gods, Osiris and Apis, and gave him the name of Osiris or Serapis. And he, with the attributes of Osiris, you see. Apis is the bull representative of Ra. Osiris is one of the African deities in Egypt. You had the African ancient Egyptian divine triad, consisting of Osiris, God the Father, Isis, Goddess Mother, and Heru, the S-U-N, the son of Isis and Osiris. And I'm going to tell you about that as we modulate, about that and what happened to that triad. The triad is used today. Now, getting back to Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Sotar, in 320, his image was made into a supposed deity. And once that was done, and like I mentioned before, how it was done, it was by this group of priests and priestesses in Memphis, Egypt, taking two of their gods, Osiris and Apis, the bull representative of Ra, which is attributes of Osiris, and giving it to this Ptolemaic ruler.
Ceremoniously.
In a ceremonial way, yes. And he became Serapis, and he also took the O out and said it's Serapis. Now, he is called Ptolemy I Lagi Sotar, S-O-T-E-R, means savior. How did he become and get that name of savior? Well, at the Dioduchi meeting, you had the army generals of Alexander, that after he died, after the death of Alexander in 323, they had this Dioduchi meeting to see who was going to be in control of the territories that Alexander had taken over. You had the Ptolemies in Egypt, and then you had Seleucus Nicator in Syria and Turkey, which is Northeast Africa. Today it's called the Middle East. So the meeting was held in Egypt. And when he went to that meeting, I'm talking about Seleucus Nicator, so they can see who's going to divide up Alexander's so-called territory. And it was decided that Ptolemy I, Lagi, would get Egypt. It was decided that Seleucus Nicator would get Syria and Turkey. Okay? Now, once that happened, when he went back to, I'm talking about Seleucus Nicator, when he went back to Syria and Turkey, he found out that he was overthrown by one of his lieutenants that he left in charge there, Antigonus, who overthrew him. And what he did, Seleucus Nicator went back into Egypt and told Ptolemy I Lagi what had happened to him. So Ptolemy I Lagi got his army together, and they went in to Syria and Turkey, and he overthrew Antigonus and gave back that territory of Syria and Turkey to Seleucus Nicator, and he set up what is known as a Seleucus dynasty. You see? And that's how Ptolemy I Lagi got to be the savior. He saved that part of the world and the country of Syria and Turkey for Seleucus Nicator. So he became the savior. Now the savior is very important because the savior is used in and connected with Jesus the Christ. That Ptolemy I Lagi called Sotar, mentioning, like I mentioned before, was given the attributes of Osiris and Apis. Today, he's worshipped on that cross as Jesus the Christ. People have to really understand that. And in my two books, The Historical Origin of Christianity, Historical Origin of Islam, I walk you through the progression of that, take you through the council meetings and so forth and so on. But that's how that was done. See? And then I was 13 succeeding Ptolemies after Ptolemy I, all the way down, in all, it was 14 of them. 14 Ptolemies in all, you see? And that takes you all the way down from 332, from the entrance of Alexander into Egypt, all the way down to 302 years later, 30 BC, when the Romans came in. That's when they came into Egypt and took over from the Ptolemies. You see? So you have to, that's the beginning date for the Romans. And the ending date for the Romans was when the Ottoman Empire began in 1300. You see? So,
what was the Ottoman Empire? I mean, what did it consist of in terms of territory and ideology?
Well, the territory that they took over, the Byzantine territory, which consists of Egypt, Syria, Turkey. Today, where you get Lebanon, was no Lebanon then until 1922. And you also get Jordan, which was no Jordan until 1929. You get the territory of Iraq, was no Iraq until 1920. You get the territory of Kuwait, was no Kuwait until 1920. And you get Iran, and you get Arabia, and you get Yemen, and you get Palestine, and you get all of the North African countries along the Mediterranean. You get Libya, you get Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, all those, that was all the Byzantine Empire. Then you go up into Europe, into the Balkan areas of Europe, okay? Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Albania, Hungary, Romania, all that was part of the Byzantine Empire, okay? And then you go into the southern part of Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, up in that area, you see? So that was all their territory until the Ottoman Turks took over their territory in 1300, which is the 14th century. They took over all that territory there, away from the Byzantine rule.
Which ruled from what time to what, from what period?
Who's that?
The Byzantine Empire.
The Byzantine Empire ruled from 30 BC until 1300.
So that was Roman.
Roughly about 1,000 years.
Okay, so that was primarily the Roman.
I'm sorry. 1,600 years. I'm sorry. 30 BC, and you add 1,300 to it. You got 16,600 years.
Okay. All right. So that was all the Roman territory.
That was the Roman territory until the Ottoman took over.
Okay, who were the Ottomans?
Well, the Ottomans began to overrun the Byzantine Empire, or take territory from them, starting with the Seljukian Turks, or the Seljuks. And their time was 1071. They erupted out of Iran. Now, where did they come from? They came from Afghanistan and came from Pakistan. If you look at a map, Afghanistan borders Iran. Iran is in Northeast Africa, misnomer to call it Middle East. Okay? And they came out of Pakistan. Pakistan borders Iran. See? So you have that eruption in 1071 coming in and invading and taking territory away from the Byzantine emperors. That's the reason why Alexis I, Clementus, in 1096 called for the First Crusade to come there to try to save his territory and try to save Christendom, you see, where the world's first Christian church was built, there in Constantinople, Turkey. The world's Christian churches, the Church of Hagia Sophia, built by African scholars, commissioned to be built by African scholars and African architects to design that church in 532, and they finished in 5 years, 537. But getting back to the Seljukian Turks, they came in with different dialects. You see, they came in what is known as the Arabic dialect or a Arabic dialect, because there's no one defining Arabic language that you can say, this is Arabic, you see? So they came, that's where they came from, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and they began to erupt in that area in 1071, you see?
Who, ethnically though, who are the Arabs?
Well, the Arabs come from different parts of the world. You got Azerbaijanians, they are Arabs, but they speak a different dialect. Armenians are Arabs. They lived in that area. The Armenians lived in Turkey. Azerbaijanians lived in Turkey, and they lived in Arabia, and so forth and so on. You see? But they came out of the southern part of Russia, you see? And then you got Afghanistanians, who is part of that what you call that Arab speaking people. They came in with a Afghanistanian dialect. A Caspian, people lived along the Caspian Sea had a dialect, different dialect. You see, you got Iraqi Arabic. You got Egyptian Arabic. You got Arabian Arabic. You got Kuwaiti Arabic. You got Iranian Arabic. You got Jordanian Arabic. See, every location, they speak a different dialect. And then you got Palestinian Arabic. You got Egyptian Arabic. You got Libyan Arabic. Muammar Gaddafi spoke a different language, dialect. You got Tunisian Arabic. And you got Algerian Arabic, Moroccan Arabic, Mauritanian Arabic. So everybody over there, you got all those dialects over there in Africa. They call them the Middle East. Here's the thing. The Moors, by the Moors being the direct descendant of the ancient Egyptians, the word Moor is only a nickname. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. Meaning that the Moor and the ancient Egyptian is one and the same. Mm-hmm. You see? Mm-hmm. Now, by the Moors being a literate people because of their ancestry ties with the ancient Egyptians, mm-hmm. you know? So what they did is that they created a standardized Arabic script for that language, for all those languages. Now, all those languages that I mentioned, spoken by different people, if you put 10 of those people in a room, they couldn't understand each other because they're speaking a different dialect. Mm-hmm. But if they all taught with a standardized alphabet, they can write down what they wanted to say to the next person. And the next person can write down what he wanted to say to the next person by using the standardized Arabic script. Mm-hmm. That was created, that was done by the Moors, did that, you see, to all these different Arabs, as we call them today, coming over there in that area of North East Africa and North Central Africa, you see. So this is where these people emanated from, you see. So first with the Seljukian Turk, then here comes Osmanli, who created what is known as the Ottoman Empire, okay? He began to come up in 1285, you see, after the Christian era. And the Ottoman Empire did not start until 1300. Let's say 15 years later, they had erected the Ottoman Empire. So that's when the Ottoman Empire started, in 1300. And that Ottoman Empire lasted all the way until after World War One. World War One was 1914 to 1918, and that's when the British toppled the Ottoman Empire in 1918 at the end of caused the end of World War One to come about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm waiting for you. I'm through.
Oh. Okay. Now, you got Libya,
Tunisia,
all of that area. Talk about that area, North Africa, that used to be all African people at one point, and how was that transformed from? How was it overrun? How did it turn to right now? You go to everything over there is Arab in North Africa. How did that happen?
It began when Alexander the Greek first came to Egypt in 332. After he came in, there was an influx of Europeans coming into that area of the world. Okay, where did they come from? They came out of the Balkan areas of Europe, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Yugoslavia, Albania, Hungary, Romania, etc., over into, crossing the Mediterranean over into North Africa, those North African countries. They began to settle all in there, as well as in Egypt. Mm-hmm. You see? So that's how that happened. And then when the Seljukian Turks and the Ottoman Empire began, then all those, you had a different influx of people coming in, like I mentioned earlier. And they all settled up along North Africa along with these other Europeans. But they dominated, the Seljukian Turks with these Arabic, as we call it, the Arabic dialects, dominated the Bulgarians or the Balkan Europeans who settled all along North Africa. See, so therefore you get a different mixture there. See,
now, what happened to the Egyptians that was in that territory? Where did they go?
They were still there, and they. But see, as time went on, centuries went on, the white folks that we know are called Arabs today, they began to overrun them, or let's say, as our African brothers and sisters died out, they replaced them by way of settling there. So that's what took place. So today, as you go over in all those areas, you're going to see throughout the population, you're going to see some of our people in that population still today, but they're very few in numbers.
So they were literally over time overrun.
Correct.
And they also moved south because you get in West Africa, you get, say, for like the Akan, who traced their lineage back to ancient Egypt. So they also were pushed south into the Sudan and eventually scattered in other parts of Africa.
You're talking about the Africans?
I'm talking about Africa, the ancient Egyptians.
Okay, well, no. I think it was you that told me one time that if you took a bottle of grape juice, and everybody knows the color of grape juice, and you put it up on the faucet and let clear water run into that grape juice bottle that's full of grape juice, eventually that grape juice won't be blue anymore. It'll be clear, right? Mm-hmm. So this is what happened over in that area.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
So, you see, they came in and stayed where our people and lived among our people, but our people died out. But no more Africans came in after that.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So that's what happened over in that territory of the world.
Now, when you say ancient Egyptian civilization, are you talking about also Nile Valley civilization? And if you are, what would have been the territory of the Nile Valley?
Yes, I'm talking about the Nile Valley civilization and territory. The territory of the Nile Valley civilization consisted of Ethiopia, or Abyssinia, which is the ancient name for Ethiopia, Nubia, which is today called the Sudan, and ancient Egypt. All three of those names, and all three of those names covers a territory which consists of and make up the Nile Valley civilization. And I'll go a little further as to name the African ancient Egyptian Commonwealth that was put up under one umbrella. Under that umbrella of the African ancient Egyptian Commonwealth, you consist of Libya to the west, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritania. All those countries along North Africa was all under the umbrella of the African ancient Egyptian Commonwealth, as well as the Nile Valley civilization, or those other Nile Valley countries such as Ethiopia and the Sudan, which was Libya at that time.
Now, do you have any idea how old ancient Egypt would be, or when the pyramids and Sphinx were constructed?
No one can tell you that. Everybody can make a guesstimation, okay? But there's no actual proof of that by way of facts, you see. The only way you can, let's say, categorize or label the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is the mystery of man. That's what it is. See, I will give that as the answer, rather than say, well, that was erected this date and that date. I will only be guessing, okay? And whoever gives a date for it, they're guessing also. So my answer to that question would be, the Great Pyramid is the mystery of man. One will never know the meaning of that, or how, when the Great Pyramid was built. No one can tell you that.
Now, what role did the ancient Egyptians play in the Roman civilization during the time, say from Alexander straight on, in terms of politics, religion, within and during the time of the Roman and Greek rule? I've heard that they were part of the both educational and religious system during the time. Can you kind of give us a view of what that really is and what it would look like?
Well, see, the educational system in ancient Egypt was produced and conducted by the Sacred Temple Society, or the temple system. Those were your schools. And they had these temple schools all over Egypt. Like we have schools today and all over America in certain places and certain cities, you find schools there to accommodate the citizens living in that area. So the ancient Egyptians did the same thing. In fact, what we have experienced today, living in this country, and you could put it for the whole world, is nothing but a duplicate of what our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, did during the time of antiquity. See, that was their school system. Now, when Ptolemy came in, and they rejected putting this image in their sacred temple system and society to be put alongside of Osiris, he Ptolemy closed them all down, eliminated them. So what the priests and priestesses did at that time, and we're talking about 320 BC when he did this, when his image was made into Serapis, which is known as Jesus the Christ today. When he did that, our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, he did not allow them to build any temples, any more temples. He did not allow them to use their temples anymore because he closed them all down except for the one in Memphis, Egypt, where they created his image into and gave him the attributes of Osiris and gave him a new name by Osiris or Serapis. You see? So they used their homes, I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians, used their homes for spiritual fellowship. And they used their home to homeschool their children, to keep that going, keep that literacy going, you see? And so that will take you through the Ptolemaic period, which started in 332 when Alexander the Greek came in, and all the way down to the Roman period when the Romans began to come in 330 BC, which is 302 years after the Ptolemaic period had ended.
So Egypt became the breadbasket for the Roman army. How did Rome control, dominate, and exploit her territories?
Well, you see, the Romans, you got to remember this, Clemson. It was very easy to come into Egypt under Alexander and also under the Roman rule, because our ancestors, ancient Egyptians, never had an army, nor did they have jails. They didn't have that. They were a civilized people, and they coexisted with everyone. So therefore, you cannot be a civilizer and a civilized people and then go around and take territory with your army and brutalize other races of people as you come into their country, rape their women, set the whole system of their existence. You can't do that, you see? So our ancestors were civilizers, so it's very easy for them to come in and take over, you see? They didn't have any armies to protect themselves. They knew nothing about warfare, our ancestors. They knew about civilization. They knew about literacy. They knew about mathematics. They knew about domesticating the animals, domesticating the earth, agriculture, animal husbandry, cosmetics, the alphabet. They knew about music. See, they were the first musicians on planet Earth. That's a very important thing for one to know that.
Talk about that. What I just want to throw it out there because some people don't realize what music really entails when you begin to look at its mathematical structure.
Correct. When you look at the mathematical structure of music, I'm talking about organized music. Okay?
You're a musician.
I'm a musician. Now, in organized music, the first thing you have to have is a scale. Do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti. That's 7 notes. And do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti, do. Do is back where you started from do to do. You see, down, wong. So, but in between you got 7 notes. Now, those 7 notes are alphabets. That's right. A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. That's your basic alphabet. And then, who created the world's first alphabet? The ancient Egyptians, our ancestors. Mm-hmm. So therefore, that's the base foundation of all organized music. You see? Now, they also created mathematics. In order to build the Great Pyramid or anything, the Sphinx or anything that you build, you have to know mathematics.
Right.
So therefore, what's in music, organized music, is mathematics. You see? You got to have 8 bars to music, or 16 bars, 32 bars, so forth and so on. That's how you count your meters, by way of the alphabet. Also, in music, you have symbols. You had the symbols were being used in ancient Egypt. They call them hieroglyphs. Those are symbols. So in music, you have the sharp symbol, the flat symbol, you have the musical clef, you have different symbols. See? And you look in books that are depicting ancient Egyptians, and you find them playing instruments. You find them playing the harp. They was the first people on planet Earth to play instruments, musical instruments. See? So you see them playing the harp, you see them playing what looks like a banjo string instrument. You see them blowing a flute, a lute, tambourine, all of that is part of music. So they were your first musicians on planet Earth. Why? Because they created, organized, constructive music. See? Based on their culture of creating the alphabet, mathematics, and using symbols for communication. So that's your structure right there for music. They were your first musicians on planet Earth, and they created and built instruments to play their music. So they were the first musicians. And a lot of brothers and sisters in the Afro community, they don't realize that, which is, I'm not blaming them for that. You know, it just came to me about 3 years ago. By me being a musician, I'm sitting there thinking about music and so forth and so on, and then the light bulb came on.
Now, coming out of that same understanding, could they have used music to manipulate weights and even to create force from music that they could have lift weights or move things, just like you can hit a note and break a glass?
You're talking about levitation.
Levitation. Do you think that could have been done with music?
I don't know, Clemson. I'll be sitting here telling you something I don't know nothing about.
Okay, then let's move on. I asked you the role of the ancient Egyptians within the Roman dominated within the Roman politics in terms of its say within the religious structure. You can elaborate on that, but I'd heard that there were African popes and so forth. So maybe you can kind of develop the role that the ancient Egyptians may have played within Roman society.
You have to go back into the beginning of when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt. You also have to go back during the time of the Romans first came into ancient Egypt. And you got to realize that they had no alphabet to develop themselves from where they came from. And they came in contact, or when they came in contact with our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, that's when they began to develop. They did not develop in Europe. Europeans did not develop in Europe. They developed in Egypt and Northeast Africa, okay, during the time of antiquity. So they didn't do any developing on their own. They had nothing on their own before they came there to have a development or an input in civilization, you see? So it was them coming around, our ancestors, emulating our ancestors. And at that point, they began to develop. Now, getting back to the Melkite Coptic Egyptians who was running the government over there in ancient Egypt. That's who they came around, and that's who they began to develop themselves around, okay? And going back to Ptolemy I Lagi called Sotar, the word S-O-T-R means savior. And you spoke about the religious system over there, okay? The Greeks, under the Ptolemy and Alexander the Greek, wanted to be made part of the ancient Egyptian sacred temple society. He wanted his image, or their image, to be put into those temples. So when that temple in Memphis, Egypt, used two of their deities, Ra, which is a bull representative of Ra, and Osiris, which is the representative of the ancient Egyptian god, or the ancient Egyptian god of the ancient Egyptian divine triad. Say Osiris, Isis, and Haru. Giving that name to Ptolemy, which is Serapis, the old Serapis, giving that Ptolemy ruler the attributes of Osiris. And I had told you how the name Sotar earlier got to be attached to this Ptolemy. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, once that was done, we get into the religious system now. See, you got to remember, our Melkites created this image to try to appease the Greeks and the Romans. Okay? They didn't do it for themselves. See, our ancestors, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians, created the foundation for Christianity as we know it today. But you won't get what they created out of today's Christianity. Because Christianity today, the people all over the world who are Christians, they're getting European Christianity. They don't get to they don't get to know the people who created the foundation and the tenets of Christianity, which was the Melkite Coptic Egyptians, our ancestors. Now, when this image of Ptolemy was given the name Osiris or Serapis, the Greeks tried to get this Serapis image accepted into the sacred society in Egypt, like I mentioned before. They refused that. Refused that image. They refused to bring him in because they didn't race mix. So what he did, he closed down all the temples.
They didn't race mix?
No, sir. Okay. They didn't race mix. And he closed down all the temples as a result of that. Mm-hmm. But he still tried to get our ancestors to accept that image. In fact, like I said, from the time of Ptolemy I Lagi all the way down to 13 other Ptolemies, you had a total of 14 Ptolemies. They all tried to get our ancestors to accept that image into their sacred society. Even though they didn't do it, Ptolemy closed down all the temples. They began to use their homes, like I mentioned before, mm-hmm. to homeschool their children and to meet on a social basis and spiritualize with each other. Mm-hmm. Okay? So let's modulate through the Ptolemaic system. You're going to modulate all into the Roman era. And all during that time, we're talking about from 320 until the first ecumenical council meeting of Nicaea I. And this is all part of understanding the religious system that was being created there by the Melkites for the Europeans. Now this is done for the Europeans, not for our ancestors.
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, you're going to modulate from 320 all the way up into 325 after the Common Era, okay, which is a total of 645 years, because BC dates you count down, today's dates we live in you count up. See, so therefore you're talking about 645 years, okay, and they tried to get our ancestors in the secular Coptic Egyptian community to accept this image, and they refused to do it. Okay? Now, you're going to come up, and I'm the only one that I know that's talking about it in my book, Historical Origin of Christianity. There were 3 historical events that brought about the creation of the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea I, 325, the world's first religious council meeting ever held. The 3 things that brought that about was 1, Donatus schismatic controversy, the donation of Constantine, and a strong statement by Arius. The Donatus schismatic controversy was a 4th century North African schism when a prominent member of that community, Mensurius, was asked to turn over certain sacred writings to the Roman ruler, Diocletian, okay? And he did that against the advice of Bishop Donatus and against the advice of the Metropolitan Bishop Secundus, okay? And that is called, and known in history as the Donatus schismatic controversy. An individual can look it up by studying history. The second historical event that caused the Council of Nicaea I to come about is the donation of Constantine, which is very important. The donation of Constantine. Constantine was your Roman occupier in Syria and Turkey and in Egypt at that time. After seeing what happened with the schism in North Africa among the Coptic secular community, which I just mentioned is known in history as the Donatus schismatic controversy, he came up with a bright idea. Now, all this time, the 645 years, they've been trying to get, these Greek and Roman rulers, been trying to get our ancestors in the Coptic secular community to accept this white image called Serapis, which is nothing but the image of Ptolemy I Laiki, to accept that image as a god. They refused it. So here comes Constantine with a bright idea. He said, now, since that community is split because of the Donatus schismatic controversy, I can now go in and find a member in the secular community and offer him a deal. That offer was, and is known in history as the donation of Constantine. Constantine found a member in the secular community by the name of Sylvester I. And he told Sylvester, I will give you my imperial power over your community on a temporal basis if you get your people in the Coptic Egyptian secular community to accept Serapis as a god. And all I want you to do is to baptize me in your community, where I have no authority, because I'm giving you all my imperial authority over your people in the Melkite community as well as the secular community. You will be the head HNIC. And everybody knows in the African community what the HNIC means. Okay? So Sylvester accepted that. He said, all I want you to do is baptize me so I can be part of your community. I have no authority over your community. You do. Okay? And that is called, and known in history as a donation of Constantine. Now, Arius, the third historical event in history that caused the Council of Nicaea 1, 325 to come about, was a strong statement by Arius. Arius, after seeing what Constantine had offered to Sylvester I, Arius said that Serapis was a created creature, dissimilar from the Father. Now, who is the Father? The Father is Osiris. You go back to the ancient Egyptian divine triad of Osiris, God the Father, Isis, the goddess mother, and Horus or Haru, the S-U-N, the son of Osiris or Osar, and Isis or Set. He is the son of those two. It makes up the ancient Egyptian divine triad. Now, Arius said that this image of Serapis is known today as Jesus the Christ. I'm going to tell you how that came about. Was a created creature dissimilar from the Father, which is the Father is Osiris, and Osiris is God and the Father. You see? Dissimilar from Osiris, a perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless. And all three of those things, Donatus, schismatic controversy, the donation of Constantine, and the strong statement by Arius, caused the Melkite Coptic Egyptians to call the first ecumenical council meeting. People think that Constantine did that. Constantine didn't do that. He had no authority to do that. He gave it away. He gave his authority away to Sylvester I. So it was Sylvester, the Coptic Egyptian. Now he's a part of the Melkite Egyptians now, who called that meeting of Nicaea I. And all ecumenical council meetings took place in Turkey. There were 9 ecumenical council meetings that took place in Turkey. So this was the first one. Now this is what they did, Clemson. I want the listening audience to do this. I want you to take a piece of blank paper, and I want you to write this on this paper. The ancient Egyptian divine triad that consists of Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Now I want you to, under that, I want you to draw a line under that. I want the listening audience to do this. Draw your line on that, but you, blank piece of paper, you write the ancient Egyptian divine African triad. That's what you write on there. And you draw a line under that. And then when you draw your line, I want you to come down about 1 inch or 1.5 inches. And I want you to draw 3 circles, 3 round circles, 1 to your left, 1 in the middle, and 1 to your right. Okay? Now, above the first circle on your left, above that circle, I want you to put down, you write the word God and Father. Put that down. God and Father, above that first circle to your left. And I want you to put in that circle, I want you to put Osiris in that circle. That's Osiris is the God and the Father. Okay? Now I want you to go all the way, I want you to go to the next middle circle. And you put down there, above that circle, I want you to write S-U-N, sun. Put down the sun. S-U-N. And in the circle, I want you to put Horus in there. Or Haru, however you want to, whatever you want to put in there. And then on the last circle to your right, I want you to put above that circle, I want you to put Goddess Mother. And then in the circle itself, you put Isis. You got that? Okay, now, you got the 3 African ancient Egyptian gods of ancient Egypt. Okay?
Let me ask you, how did they become gods? How did that begin? That Osiris, Isis, and Horus were set up as gods?
And goddesses?
Yes.
And that represent the family of ancient Egypt. That was done by the ancient Egyptians themselves. For the sole purpose of their temple, sacred temple society. Okay, they had other gods too now, but these were your main 3 gods. You see, that represented a family, a unit. You see, right. So that is so far as I can go with it.
Okay.
It's because if I elaborate more, then I'll be talking something that I'm guessing. You know. So now, let's get back to this. This is very important.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians call this meeting, the first ecumenical council meeting to be held on earth, called the Council of Nicaea 1325, called by Sylvester I, not by Constantine. Constantine gave his powers away to Sylvester.
Right.
And he was baptized in their community, the Coptic Egyptian community. So he had no authority. So it was the Melkite Copts who called this first meeting. See? Now what they did at the first meeting, get your tablet back.
Okay.
Get your writing out. Listening audience, get your writing out.
Okay.
Now you got, everybody knows the icon or the image of this Jesus the Christ as being a European white man. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now take that image, this white image, and you mark out, go in your middle and take out Haru. Just draw X to it. Okay? And take out, up above, he was the sun, right?
Yeah.
Cross that out. Okay? Now you got this white image that they call Serapis, is that right?
Right.
That is known today as Jesus the Christ, is that correct? They put him in Haru's place, or Horus's place. They put the S-O-N in there, this white image, by taking out this African image of Haru, which is the son of Osiris and Isis, right? So this white image became the son of Osiris and Isis. This is what our Melkite Coptic misguided Egyptian ancestors did in order to appease the Europeans, to try to get them a deity.
I can see it.
You see that?
Yeah.
Bring your, don't put your tablet down, not through.
Oh, okay.
Keep it there.
Yeah.
So he put, now you've heard the term that Jesus the Christ is the Son of Man.
Yes.
Man can only create creatures.
Yes.
Man by himself cannot create anything with life in it by himself. A female by herself cannot create anything with life in it.
Right.
But the two together having a sexual union together, they can procreate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Getting back to the term that everybody, I assume, has heard, that Jesus the Christ is the Son of Man. Man can only make by himself creatures. Man cannot make by himself anything with life in it. A female by herself cannot make anything with life in it. The man and the woman's got to be united in a sexual unit, endeavor. And from that encounter of the man and the woman, procreation comes. Humans come from that. But man cannot make anything with life in it by himself, the same as a woman. So this, the reason why Arya said that this image of Serapis, known today as Jesus the Christ, was a created creature, not like the father Osiris, but a created creature, a perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless. So now, with the insertion of this Serapis, this white image, who took the place of Haru, the son of Osiris and Isis, the African son, the S-U-N of Osiris and Isis, with the insertion of this white image of Serapis. Now Osiris, who's an African, Isis, who's an African, has a white son. And the Melkites did this, and they said, when it was done, that Serapis and Osiris was one and the same. In other words, God the Father, which is Osiris, God the Son, which is Serapis, the same. It's called the homogeneous creed. Okay? God the Father, God the Son, the same. Okay? Now, it's called, today that creed is called the Apostles' Creed. But that's the origin of the creed, which is the homogeneous creed. God the Father, God the same. God the Son, the same. Okay? Now, we're going to move up 56 years later to 381 at the Council, Ecumenical Council of Constantinople I. At that council meeting, the Melkites tried to get the homogeneous creed, and the Romans tried to get the homogeneous creed to be the creed of the Roman government, accepted by our ancestors in the secular Coptic Egyptian community. They refused to accept that creed, because if they accepted that creed, then they would be accepted Serapis. They didn't want to do that. So the argument still went on. Now, we're going to come up 751 years after that image of Serapis was made at the Council of Ephesus in 431. At the Council of Ephesus, get your papers and your pad back out, everyone. At the Council of Ephesus, the argument was going on by the monophysites, saying that Serapis, which is this white image, which is now the son of Osiris and Isis, was a created creature with an Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. This is the key. You say, okay, you got an Osiris-like spirit, but you don't have no human nature. That's the argument. Nestorius was a monophysite. He did not accept the Theotokos And I'm going to get to that. Now, in order to have a human nature, one has to be born through the body of a female. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. What they did to get Serapis, which is a created creature created by man, no human being, only with the attributes of Osiris, they went back into the ancient Egyptian divine triad, and he took Isis out of there, and they created a created creature called the Virgin Mary. Okay? Now cross out over there Isis, cross out Isis. Okay? And you put below that the Virgin Mary. These Melkite Coptic Egyptians gave this created creature made by them the attributes of Isis in order for this Serapis created creature to have a human nature. And they gave this created creature, the Virgin Mary, the title of Theotokos, and that word Theotokos means the Mother of God. And this is when Nestorius, who is a member of the secular Coptic Egyptian community, said he could not accept that title of Theotokos for this Virgin Mary.
Mother of God.
The Mother of God. Now, what the Melkite Coptic Egyptians did with these two created creatures, you got the Virgin Mary with the attributes of Isis, you got this created creature, Serapis, with the attributes of Osiris. They amalgamated the two together in order for this created creature, Serapis, to have a human nature through a mother. Okay? And once that amalgamation was done, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians speaking Greek said that this is the Christos.
Right.
And in English, the Christos means this is the Christ. So this is how this Christ, he's no longer Serapis anymore. Now he's Christ. You got that?
Right. Yes.
Now, Christ is white, European. The Virgin Mary, his mother, is a European. You see? Now, you got one last deity in the African ancient Egyptian divine triad. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will.
You got Osiris or Asa.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Horus, I'm saying.
Horus has been taken out. He's now Christ.
Okay.
See, I took Horus out, the first of the ancient Egyptian divine triad members. I took him out and replaced Horus, the S-U-N, the sun, with the S-O-N, this white image of Serapis that's known today as Jesus the Christ.
Then let me ask you this.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Before you, I'm at a point. Now you got two of the African deities in that African ancient Egyptian divine triad removed, right?
Yes.
And replaced by white images. All created creatures created by the Melkites. The Virgin Mary is a created creature. Her title of Theotokos was given to her, all created. Serapis was a created creature. And they amalgamated those two created creatures together in order for Serapis to have a human nature by way of coming through a woman, a female.
Yeah.
So now you only have one African deity left in that triad. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's Osiris. Is that right?
That's correct.
So our Osiris now got a white sun and a white replacement of female that replaced Isis. Is that right? That looks funny, doesn't it? People will question that, right?
Right.
You know what they did? The Melkite Coptic Egyptians did to Osiris? They made him invisible, incorporeal. The word incorporeal means invisible. So now people say they pray to God. Is that right? They have no image of God. You put 10 people in a room and say, give me your interpretation of God. You have 10 different interpretations. No one ever seen God. It's invisible, incorporeal. But now, they have a story that this invisible God, which is Osiris, sent his only begotten son to save the world from sin, which is a corporal, visible icon of a white image of a Jesus the Christ. Is that right?
That is correct.
So that's how they wiped out, the Melkite wiped out the ancient Egyptian African divine triad.
Wow. Now, people would say, but was Osiris, did he have a mother? Was he born of a female? Horus, Osiris, Isis, which were the ancient Egyptians' gods. So did they come through the womb of a woman?
I can't answer that. The reason being is that the ancient Egyptians had a symbolic society and culture. A lot of things are symbolic. And if I would do the listening audience a disservice if I tried to go into that, answer that. No, I can't answer that.
Okay.
Okay? And nobody else can answer that. I don't care how much education they have.
That nobody can answer that?
Because of the symbolic culture and civilization that the ancient Egyptians had. Can anybody tell you how they built the Great Pyramid? No. It's called the mystery of mankind. Can anybody tell you how they built the Sphinx? The body of the Sphinx is 1 city block long, 6 stories high with an African face carved in stone. They can't tell you that. Called the mystery of mankind. How they took those stones of 490 feet in the air, weighing 250 tons each.
2 million of them.
Right. How they did it. It's called the mystery of life. Nobody can answer that. They come along and give you a theory, but that's not no proof of the theory. You believe it, disbelieve it, or be neutral. You see? So I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know how they did it or where Osiris, Isis, and Horus came from. I can't tell you that.
Mm-hmm. But
okay?
They were here when the European came.
Or when he came over in Egypt?
Yeah.
Of course. They had been used in their, like I mentioned before, in the sacred society in their temples. That was their African, ancient Egyptian divine gods. They made up the ancient Egyptian divine triad.
Now, from there, he is the European Jesus has completely replaced, and those councils have more or less
developed that. But see, go ahead.
No, those councils have ordained it.
Same thing, yeah.
To be so.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying to you, Clemson, let me stay on this roll now. Don't ask me no questions.
Okay, please, roll.
Okay.
Roll.
Because I'm on a roll now.
Okay, all right.
Because
I got my question.
the people, you can get your question at the end of when I say I'm through with it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, then you can edit all this stuff out what we're talking right now. Now, when so now Osiris is now invisible. You see? He is God. People are praying to God. Okay? They don't understand about God. You see? God is a man. That's all God is. Okay? God is a female. God and female is humanity. It's all part of creation. But I'm going to get into that later on. Yes. But let me finish this. So now, I hope one can see how this Jesus the Christ, or this Christ came about. Mm-hmm. See, that's how they did. Now, 20 years later, at the Council of Chalcedon, 451, right, the question was still going on, and the argument was still going on about the human nature of Christ now, no longer Serapis, it's Christ now. So at that council meeting, called the Council of Ephesus, 451, like I said, all council meetings were held in Turkey. At that council meeting, they took two words to try to get this image of Christ, a human nature. The first word was persopon, person. A person, if you look it up, is a human being. And then the next word they use, substantiality. If you look that up, it means the third person in the Trinity. Okay? So, and they said that this is what we're going to do in order to give this image of Christ a human nature. But the the Coptic Egyptians in the secular community refused to accept that. So the argument went on. Okay, and at the end of the close of the Council of Chalcedon is the beginning of Christianity. Your first Christians on earth were your Melkite Coptic Egyptians. Not a lot of our brothers and sisters think that the beginning of Christianity started in Ethiopia. That's not true. Christianity didn't come to Ethiopia until the middle of the 19th century, but that goes into another history. So, your first Christians on earth were these African Melkite Coptic Egyptians. That's who they are. Okay, that's who they were. So, 81 years later, after the Council of Chalcedon, we're coming up to...
What was decided in the Council of Chalcedon?
To try, see, the argument was between the Melkite Copts and the Monophysite Copts. The Monophysites lived, they were grassroots Coptic secular Egyptians. The Melkite Copts were up in the higher echelon with the Greek and Roman rulers, like I mentioned before. They were your bourgeois. You see? So they tried to create a god to appease the Europeans. This is how this Christianity and this image of Christ came about, trying to appease the European, trying to make him into a god. And I showed you at the Council of Ephesus how they did it. I showed you at the Council of Nicaea I how they did it. See? So now the argument is still going on now. And they try to use 20 years after Ephesus, at the Council of Chalcedon 451, they try to use those two words, persopon and substantiality.
Right.
To make this this icon, image of Serapis, then now known as Jesus Christ, then made into the Christ, tried to get that name, that created creature, a human nature by using those two words. The Monophysites did not accept that. The Nestorians did not accept that. Both Nestorians and Monophysites were all one and the same. Okay? Now, 51 years later, under Justinian and his wife Theodora, in 632, they built the world's first Christian church on earth.
Where?
In Constantinople, Turkey, known as Istanbul, Turkey today. Okay? And that church is still there today as I speak, but it's a museum today. It was made into a museum in 1934 by the United States government. Let's get back to the original origin of the world's first Christian church. Justinian and his wife commissioned African Egyptian architects and builders to build that church. Okay? Africans had to, because no Europeans knew how to build anything. The Greeks and the Romans did not know how to build anything, because it takes a person or a people coming out of a culture of building. The culture of building was done in the whole entire world by our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. They were the world's first builders on earth. Why? Because they created an alphabet and they created mathematics. You have to have mathematics, you have to have both in order to build anything, any type of structure.
You gonna go up any height?
What?
Yes, you have to have mathematics.
Correct.
You're gonna go up any height.
Right. You're gonna build anything.
Anything.
Right. Got to have mathematics. So mathematics came out of the culture of the ancient Egyptians.
That is correct.
So now, Justinian commissioned these African architects and African brothers to build and design the world's first Christian church. That was in 532, known as the Church of Hagia Sophia. Finished 5 years later in 537. Okay? Now, once that was done, Justinian wanted to take back the donation of Constantine. He got him a Christ and got a church for Christ. The Church of Hagia Sophia. The Church of the Holy Wisdom. Another name for Mary and Christ. Church for Mary and Christ. Church of Hagia Sophia. So now, he decided that it was time for him to take back the donations of Constantine, to get it out of the Melkite Coptic Egyptians' hands into his hands. Okay? Which then he would be in charge of ecclesiastical and have ecclesiastical authority as well as political authority over that community. But Opopatus was the one in 532 when he was building that Church of Hagia Sophia, the world's first Christian church. He had the authority of the donations of Constantine. Justinian asked him to relinquish that. He would refuse to do it. So he ended up mysteriously found dead. Then the authority went to Silverius in the Melkite Coptic Egyptians. Justinian asked him to give up the donation of Constantine. He refused to do it. So Justinian had his army general and his wife, the army general's wife, to serve treason papers on Silverius. So they brought him up for charges on treason. They put him in jail, and he died there. So they got rid of him. The next Coptic Egyptian, where the donation of Constantine passed to, was a man by the name of Vigilius. Okay? Now, he asked Vigilius, Justinian, to give it up. He refused to do it. So he went to his lawyer, this African Coptic Egyptian Melkite lawyer by the name of Theodore Acitus, who told Constantine told Justinian how to take back the donation of Constantine. He said, what you do, boss, is to go and ask Vigilius to take communion with the monophysites. Now he knew full well that Vigilius, who was a Melkite, would refuse to take communion with a monophysite. If they both took communion together, then Justinian would have a chance to wipe out both of them. And he would take back the donation of Constantine. But Vigilius refused to do that. See? So, in 553, Justinian called the fifth ecumenical council meeting to come about, called the Council of Constantinople II, 553. Okay, trying to get that donation out of the hands of the Melkite, so he can become the ecclesiastical ruler over that church, as well as political over all of Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and so forth and so on. What they did in 555, Justinian ran Vigilius all over Africa, trying to catch up with him. They eventually caught up with him and they killed him. And he took back the donation of Constantine at that time, at that point. And that was in 555. Now this is where your first appointed African, you want to call him a pope, you can do that. Justinian has the authority to appoint the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia and the patriarch of Constantinople. The patriarch of the Hagia Sophia sat on the throne in the Church of the Hagia Sophia and represented Christ, okay? Just like the Pope in Rome today sits in Rome as the vicar of Christ. This seat, the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia, was appointed. The person who sits in that and take that position is now the Papa or the Pope of the Hagia Sophia, Church of Hagia Sophia. His name was Pelagius I. He was the first African to sit and represent Christ at the Church of Hagia Sophia. And he also appointed, Justinian also appointed, the Patriarch of Constantinople. The word, the Patriarch of Constantinople, signifies a monophysite. That individual is a monophysite. And both of them had offices in the Church of Hagia Sophia. You see? So now, why did Justinian appoint the Patriarch of the Hagia Sophia, which represented Christ, Pelagius, which was the first Papa or Pope, African. Okay, he was an African.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, and then Justinian also appointed a monophysite to be the Patriarch of Constantinople, which that word signified the Melkite. See, they both held office, like I mentioned, in that one building, the Hagia Sophia. You see? So, and every succeeding emperor of the Byzantine Empire were in charge of the Coptic Egyptian community and in charge of the Hagia Sophia. And he was in power to appoint different patriarchs of the Hagia Sophia. He was able to appoint different patriarchs of Constantinople, which was a monophysite. You see that?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
And then how does it become the Pope in Rome? How does it become the Vatican?
Well, that goes into, you're running ahead now.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to walk you through these ecumenical council meetings. Okay?
Yes.
Which I've never done this before. Okay?
Yes.
Now we're up to the fifth council meeting, Council of Constantinople, Constantinople II. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
After the council of Chalcedon, you're going to come up to stop. That's it. You don't. Oh man. The sixth council meeting we come up to is called the Council of Constantinople III, 680 ACE. And that was called by Constantine IV in 680. Okay? And they were still, this polemic was going on between the Monophysites and the Melchites over the human nature of this Jesus the Christ. I'm sorry, of Christ. It wasn't Jesus then, but of the Christ. And this council meeting was to dispel the term monotheism and monotheism. Monotheism is one will. Monotheism is one energy. And what the Byzantine rulers did was trying to get the Melchites and the Monophysites together on one accord so they can have peace. So it was thought up, said, now, would you accept monotheism, L-E-T-ism, which means one will in Christ? Or can you accept monotheism, L-I-T-ism in Christ, which means one energy? And the Monophysite says, no, we couldn't do that. So the argument went on. Mm-hmm. This is something very important.
Right.
Now, in modulating through history, I'm just going over, I'm not giving you the complete historical origin of how Christianity came about, because it will take up too much time and too much energy right now. Mm-hmm. But keep watching African community. We're going up to the time of 711 and 711-13, to the time of Philippicus. Very important. At that time, during that time, these Europeans were usurping the Byzantine emperors very fast. And the main stronghold of the Byzantine Empire was in the double-walled city of Constantinople, where the Church of Hagia Sophia is located.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Yes.
Now, the Philippicus came up with the bright idea to tell the people of the double-walled city, living in that city, who the new emperor was. He came up with the bright idea, said, I'll have my picture painted of me and put it all over Constantinople so the people know who the new emperor is. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, that was done. Now, when that's an idea that was to be done, but he didn't get a chance to do it because he was usurped. So in 717, 718, you had Leo III to come in. Now, prior to that, before Leo III came in 717, 718, this idea of having the picture of to be painted of Philippicus to put all over Constantinople, which never came about, but the idea was there. Mm-hmm. So Pontius, who was the picture of the Hagia Sophia, gave the incoming picture of the Hagia Sophia, Gregory, the idea. Okay? And he had the picture of Christ painted and put up all over Constantinople. This icon picture that you know today as Jesus the Christ. When Leo III came in 717, 17, 18.
Mm-hmm.
And that image of Christ that was causing a problem in the Melchite, in the monophysite community. He said, well, we can't have it, we want peace. So he had two African brothers, Constantine the Black and Thomas, to create a document. And that document is known in history as iconoclasm. The word iconoclasm means the breaking of the image. When he came in, Leo came in, he had all of those images of Christ taken down, because you've heard a picture's worth 1,000 words.
That's right.
See? So if you can get this image of a Christ being painted as a man, you see, that's the idea, is to paint this picture of a Christ as a man. So people can see a male figure, and the argument was stopped between the monophysites and the Melchites.
Right.
Didn't do it.
Right.
So he had all those pictures taken down, had Constantine the Black and Thomas to create his decree, known in history as iconoclasm, the breaking of the image. And he made that against the law to have any images of a Christ be put in place. Now, this brings us up to the time of an ecumenical council that no one is talking about. I seem to be the only one that's talking about the Council of Hyria, 754. The Council of Hyria came about, 754, called by Leo's son, Constantine V, to sustain that decree of iconoclasm. In other words, keep it in force. Now we're going to come up to the 8th council meeting of the Council of Nicaea II, which is iconoclasm council meeting. You see? And the Romans who were running the government in Syria, Turkey, Egypt, etc., came to the Irene, who was the empress and the wife of the grandson of Leo. He was Leo the Fourth, grandson of Leo the Third. And they said to her, we're going to kill your husband, and we're going to make you the empress, because, and I want you to call a council meeting to denounce iconoclasm. And she allowed them, couldn't stop them, but she allowed her husband to be killed, and she became the empress because they had a 10-year-old son who was too young to become the Byzantine emperor. So she became the Empress Irene, who called the 8th ecumenical council meeting, the Council of Nicaea I, to come about, and she restored iconoclasm back. You see that? That's how that was done. Now we're going to come up modulating. We're going to come up to the 9th ecumenical council meeting, the Council of Phocius Philippi council meeting, 869 and 870. Okay, Phocius was a Coptic Egyptian who refused to accept the image of Christ in the creed. Let's go back. Where's the creed? The ancient Egyptian African divine triad of Osiris the father, God, Isis the goddess mother, and Haru, the son. He refused to accept Serapis there. And that caused what is known in history as the Phocius Philocry controversy. The word Philocry, that's another name for Christ. The word Philocry. See? Now we're going to modulate. Mm-hmm. We're going to come up to the time of the Turks, like I told you earlier, that the Seljukian Turks had erupted out of Iran, coming from Afghanistan, mm-hmm. into Northeast Africa via Iran.
That's the Turks?
The Turks. This is in 1071. I took you up to 869 and 870. Mm-hmm. Now I'm taking you up a little further in history, up to 1071.
Right.
When the Turks came in, the Seljukian Turks, or the Seljuks, mm-hmm. they're coming in, and now they're going to usurp the Byzantine Empire, territories, land areas. You see? And that caused, like I said before, Alexis I, Clementus, to call the first crusade of 1096.
Yes.
You see that?
Now you got my attention.
Yeah, because see, if you don't ask me no questions, I can tell you all this. Just listen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, so they come in with a different dialect. Mm-hmm. It's called Arabic. Mm-hmm. So they come out. See, like I mentioned before, you got Afghanian Arabic, Caspian, because the Caspian Sea is in Afghanistan. Caspian Arabic. You see that? Mm-hmm. You got Kuwaiti Arabic, Iranian Arabic, Iraqi Arabic, you got Arabian Arabic, Egyptian Arabic, you got Libyan Arabic, you got Tunisian Arabic, Algerian Arabic, Morocco Arabic, Mauritanian Arabic. Mm-hmm. All these are different dialects brought in by the Arabs. It started with the Seljukian Turks, or the Seljuks, 1071, erupting out of Iran, taking territory from the Byzantine Empire and emperors, causing Alexis I in 1096 to call the First Crusade, call for the first Crusaders to come into Northeast Africa to save his Byzantine Empire and Christendom. You see where that fits? Mm-hmm. See? Yeah. So now, who overran them? Later on was Osmanli, who created what is known as the Ottoman Empire, or the Ottoman Turks. They overran, or let's say, they amalgamated the Seljukian Turks into their society. Mm-hmm. See? So now they become the Ottoman Turks. Ottoman Empire started in 1300.
Okay.
Now, 60 years prior to that, mm-hmm. there was a man by the name of Mohammed, not Mohammed, but his name was Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. His name was alias Muhammad. Cut that off for a moment. When the Ottoman Empire came about in 1300, 60 years prior to that, we're talking about 1240. There was a man by the name of Muhyiddin Ibn Ali, aka Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad, and his disciples was going around teaching his doctrine, because he lived over there in Egypt. He was born in Spain. He was an African born in Spain during the time of the Moors' occupation in Spain, 1165. Okay, now he became the Muhammad. His doctrines were being taught all throughout North Africa by his disciples. When the Ottoman Turks came in 1300s, they took a sword and walked up to people living in North Africa with a sword and said, "Muhammad or die." And that was the beginning of Mohammedanism. Not Islam. See, Islam today is something different. It's a different history today. But when Muslims ask me and want to debate me about Islam, I ask them, which Islam do you want to debate about? One or two? They don't know what I'm talking about. But the first Islam was Mohammedanism. The doctrine of Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. See, the alias is very important. What can you do with an alias? You can create a whole new history and a different character. See, that's just like Richard Reeves, alias what? Superman. You got a different history. He's going in the phone booth, changing into a Superman costume, flying in the air. You got a different story now. See, Richard Reeves, he couldn't do that. See, you got Clayton Moore, alias the Lone Ranger. You got him shooting silver bullets and all that story. You see, you got William Boyd, alias Hopalong Cassidy. You got Sean Connery, alias 007. You see what you can do with aliases? See, so the Ottoman Turks took that sword and said, "Muhammad or die." They'd rather have Muhammad. So they became Mohammedanism, including our African members in the Coptic Egyptian community. Got them too. So they became Mohammedans. You see? So now, during the Ottoman Empire, they took over all the territory of the Byzantine Empire, the territory of Northeast Africa. Jordan, like I said, was just a region, wasn't a country until 1929. After the British government was given the mandate by the League of Nations after World War I. World War I was 1914 to 1919. I'm sorry, 1914 to 1918. That's the end of World War I. He was given that mandate. See, so now I'm giving you the Byzantine era, or the area that they control. They took back from the Byzantine. They took it from the Byzantine emperors. You had the territory of Turkey, Syria.
Right.
You had, like I said, wasn't no Jordan. Jordan was created in 1929 by the British government, which they call it Transjordan. That's a different story. They took over the territory that's known as Arabia. It was no Iraq at that time. Iraq didn't come about until the British government using that mandate coming from the League of Nations in 1920 to board off a portion of Arabia to make Iraq. And they boarded off a portion of Iraq to make Kuwait. The reason being that they didn't want all that oil being concentrated in one area under one ruler. You see? And the territory of the Seljukian, of the Ottoman Empire was also Iran, Yemen, Palestine. the West Bank, and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
You see? And in 1922, the League of Nations gave the French a mandate over Syria. They didn't give it to the British. They gave the British everything I told you. They gave the French the mandate over Syria in 1922. The Frenchmen took Syria and boarded it off and made Lebanon out of it, and Beirut over in that area. See, so that's how you got those two areas over there with those names. And of course, Palestine was over there. And they took that area over there, which is Northeast Africa, and named it the Middle East. See, the land of the Bible. See, and then in 1924, the British government appointed and made a king of Arabia by the name of Abdul Aziz al-Saud to be the king of Arabia. And what he did in 1924, he called the first meeting in Islam's history, 1926. And in my book, The Historical Origin of Islam, I'll give you all the minutes to that meeting. You see that? Now, and that's not only the first meeting in Islam's history, that was the first Hajj. It was in Mecca. It was no Mecca before that time, just a land region called Makoraba. And Medina was called Lathrib. Wasn't no Medina. See, it was just a barren land area. And when he called that first meeting, you see, let's go back to the reason why they called that first meeting, because in 1870, this is where today's Islam come in. Today's Islam is based upon a book called the Quran. In 1870, the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France, sent a group of Jewish theologians over in Syria in 1870 to create what is known as today's Quran. And it took them 49 years for that Quran to be accepted in the Arab world. And they also collaborated with Christian scholars with the approval of Arab scholars. So 49 years later, after 1870, after the Jewish scholars had created this Quran, the Arabs over in that area accepted that Quran in 1919 in Cairo, Egypt. This is history. In Cairo, Egypt. And that's how you have, now within that Quran, Brother Clemson, is this. Interspersed in today's Quran, you have Jewish writings in there. You see? And also interspersed in today's Quran, you have the 4 Christian Gospels. See? So, the reason being, why was it so important for the Jewish scholars to create a Quran for the Arab world, so they can get Abraham in there. See, Abraham is a biblical character, non-human. He's never walked the earth as a human being. He's a biblical character that you can tie in all 3 major Western religions with: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. You see that? See? He ties right in Abraham. So who else would do it besides Jewish scholars to get that in, get the lick in first? See? Now, they tell you that Muhammad fled Mecca in 622, which is the 7th century, met the angel Gabriel which is a little bird. And the angel Gabriel passed the word from God to Muhammad, that God wanted Muhammad to pass on to mankind. They said that Muhammad was illiterate, that he memorized, using the term mnemonics, to memorize every word that the angel Gabriel told him. And he memorized that and dictated it to a scribe. When he dictated to the scribe was writing this down, thus creating the Quran. Mm-hmm. Thus creating today's Quran, right? Mm-hmm. But this was in 622, which is the 7th century. In 622, there was no Jews around. There was no Bibles around. There was no Qurans around. None of that. Mm-hmm. And it was no Christian literature around. Mm-hmm. Only Christianity, but no Christian literature. Mm-hmm. You don't get Christian literature until Desideus Erasmus come on the scene in 1516, bringing forth the Novum Instrumentum to create the New Testament. Mm-hmm. Okay? You don't get the first printed Bible on earth until 1475, 30 years after the Vatican was created. See? So therefore, but today, interspersed in that Quran, today's Quran, you got the Pentateuch and the Psalms. And you got the 4 Christian Gospels in there. Interspersed in there today. But you didn't, so where did it come from? Jewish scholars from the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France. They wrote it. They created the Quran. If you look in there, if you read my books, Historical Origin of Christianity, there's a lot in that book that I'm telling you that I'm not going to tell you on this tape. You read the book. I'm not trying to sell you no book. Mm-hmm. Okay? You can buy the book. You don't have to buy. I don't make a living selling books. But it's in, if you're curious enough, buy the book, and it's right in there. First meeting in Islam's history, etc., etc. See? Now, so let's go up to the time and continue with the Ottoman Turks. They'll take over the complete territory of the Byzantine Empire, except for one double-walled city of Constantinople, okay, known today as Istanbul, Turkey. In 1453, using a cannon, which was a new war weapon at that time, created in Europe, Mohammed II blew a hole in the double-walled city of Constantinople, and his army entered the double-walled city of Constantinople, seizing the city and seizing the church of Hagia Sophia, the world's first Christian church. 14 years prior to that, in 1439, John VIII went into the Curia in Florence, Italy. Mm-hmm. This is where the transfer of Christianity coming into Europe now. Okay. You've been waiting for that answer.
Yes.
John VIII, in 1439, went into the Curia in Florence, Italy. The word C-U-R-I-A means college. Mm-hmm. And 1439, they were 42 years into the Renaissance era of Europe. Mm-hmm. He went into that college.
He African? Is he African? He black?
No, not yet. Not yet. No, this is all the Byzantine rules are European. Mm-hmm. Told you. Stop.
Okay.
Like I said, after Mohammed II in 1453 took a cannon and blew a hole on the side of the double-walled city of Constantinople, his troops entered that city, took over the city as well as the Church of Hagia Sophia. But 14 years prior to that, John VIII, one of the last of the Byzantine emperors, went into Florence, Italy. At the Curia there, the word Curia means college, C-U-R-I-A, means college. And he relinquished the donation of Constantine. That goes back to how important that donation of Constantine relates to this. He relinquished the donation of Constantine to make way for the transfer of the seat of Christianity into Europe. He had to relinquish the donation of Constantine first because he had in control over that church by way of the donation of Constantine. See? So he relinquished his power over it in order to make way for it to be moved into Europe. Okay? Now, 6 years after he did that, on the outskirts of Rome, over the catacombs, Eugenius IV and Nicholas V dug up those graves down in the ground that is known as the catacombs, dug them all up to make way for the coming and the building of the Vatican. This is in 1445, 6 years after John VIII had relinquished the donation of Constantine at the college in Florence, Italy. And they began to build over the catacombs St. Peter's Church in 1445. And today, St. Peter's Church is known as St. Peter's Basilica. Okay? If you look at Roman Vatican today, the Vatican on the outskirts of Rome, the Vatican is nothing but a replica of the double-walled city of Constantinople, where the first seat of Christianity was. See, so the Vatican is the second seat. And they duplicated what that double-walled city and how it was built. The world's first Christian church, the Hagia Sophia, is there. Over in the Vatican, you got St. Peter's Basilica. They had an obelisk in Constantinople. They got an obelisk in the Vatican. The Vatican is a double wall with his own private army. They had a private army in the double walled city in Constantinople, and so forth and so on. Okay? Now, so the beginning of the Vatican, the date, 1445, the beginning of St. Peter's church known as St. Peter's Basilica, 1445. Now listen to this, Clemson. 30 years after the Vatican was built, the world's first printed Bible came out in 1475. See, a lot went on in the 15th century. But let me backtrack. In order to have a printed Bible, you have to have a printing press. The printing press first came about by Johannes Gutenberg, who printed a printing press with movable print in 1437. See? This is at the height, at the beginning of the Renaissance era. All of Europe, the Europeans living in Europe, could not read or write. So the day, during that time, the Renaissance era, it came about beginning in 1397. It was launched by an African by the name of Manuel Chrysolorus, the Golden Teacher, who came into Florence, Italy in 1397 and introduced the rudiments of the Greek alphabet to those few male students at the Curia there in Florence, Italy, thus kicking off what is known in history as the Renaissance era for the Europeans, the age of learning. See that? Mm-hmm. And then 1437 came Johannes Gutenberg with his printing press, with movable print. He didn't have any money, so he borrowed money from the capitalist by the name of Johannes Fust, F-U-S-T, who was a capitalist. He loaned him money on a high interest rate that he knew he couldn't pay back. Mm-hmm. So he couldn't pay it back, so Johannes Fust confiscated the printing press with movable print. Now you're able to print up thousands of pieces of literature, books and so forth, but who could read the books? All of Europe was illiterate. Mm-hmm. But the printing press is a good invention, a good investment, because it was just a matter of time for the age of learning to spread all over Europe, which it did during the 15th and 16th time of the Renaissance era, 15th and 16th century. Mm-hmm. Okay? So now with that printing press, they printed the world's first Bible 30 years after the Roman Catholic Church was created in the Vatican. Okay? 1475. Where was it created? Where was that first Bible? Where was it created? It was created in Italy. What city in Italy? Bologna. What alphabet did they use to write that Bible with? The Greek alphabet. Whose material did they use to create that Bible? Moses Maimonides, called Maimon. Or Moses Maimon, called Maimonides. Okay? 14. What was the Orthodox name of it? It's called the Hebrew Bible. Who formulated that Bible? Johannes Ruslan and two of his Italian peers, Marsilio Ficino, Pico della Mirandola. Those three collaborated and produced, using the material of Moses Maimon called Maimonides, to create that Bible. And they call it the Hebrew Bible. Mm-hmm. Now in the meantime, the Roman Catholic Church was up and about, but they had no literature for their object. The object of Christianity is Jesus the Christ. They didn't have no literature for that, for that object. So the Roman Catholic Church was left without literature for their object, which is Jesus the Christ. Johannes Ruslan created and translated from Greek into Latin a Bible, which was the Hebrew Bible, and he gave it to the Pope. And that incinerated the Pope, made him mad as hell, because they had no literature for their object, which was Jesus the Christ. Mm-hmm. So in 1500, Pope Alexander VI commissioned a homosexual and a playwright of Europe at that time, an ex-Roman Catholic priest, a man by the name of Desiderius Erasmus, to create something on the object of Christianity. He had no literature. It took him 16 years to create the Novum Instrumentum. In 1516, he came out with the Novum Instrumentum, which consists of the Synoptic Gospel, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. They always tell you that John came later, which John did come later. John came later in the King James Version of 1611. Mm-hmm. But here you got Desiderius Erasmus, the homosexual, and all these Christians are knocking the homosexuals and stuff like that, but they're going to the church reading his material that was created by a homosexual, which is called the New Testament. In 1516, he produced the Novum Instrumentum, which is the Synoptic Gospel, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. They call that Q literature, QLA literature. Okay? And it consists of Mark, Matthew, and Luke. He also created 1 and 2 Peter, which you have the Pauline letters in there. And he also created 1 and 2 Corinthians, and Galatians, and Epistles to the Romans. Those are his 9 manuscripts that he produced to make up the Novum Instrumentum. In 1516, 1519 they changed it to the Novum Testamentum. In 1535 they changed it to the New Testament. See, Novum means new. Testament means testament, or testamentum means testament. So the New Testament. See, now, if your viewers will go and check out the Pfefferkorn-Ruslan controversy, they can get some added information of what went on during that time about that Bible. Okay? Now, Pfefferkorn, P-F-E-F-F-E-R-K-O-R-N, Ruslan, R-E-U-C-H-L-I-N, controversy of 1510. Okay? Look it up. It'll give you lots of insight on what went on and what was going on with the argument over that Bible. The world's first Bible now, printed Bible. Now, you got the Hebrew Bible, and now you got the New Testament out, right? It's separate. Not under one cover like it is today. See? So how did both Bibles get under one cover? In 1527, a man by the name of Jacob van Liesveld took both Bibles and put them under one cover. Dropped the name Hebrew Bible and said Old Testament to correspond with the New Testament. So people reading today say, oh, this is older than the New Testament. It's all the same. It's not. It was 2 different histories, 3 different histories. You see? So today, as I speak, people, Christians all over the world, are getting and have learned through Western Christianity. But the tenets and the foundation of Christianity was made by our Coptic Melkite Egyptians that created this image and the tenets, the foundation of Christianity for the European. You see that? So that is how Christianity came into Europe, and over in Europe, in the Vatican, commissioned an artist by the name of Leonardo da Vinci to draw a picture of a Christ sitting at a table with 12 disciples, 12 other males, commissioned by the Pope to do just that. And they attached a story to it. That Judas Iscariot going to betray Jesus and all that kind of stuff. 12 pieces of silver, blah, blah, blah. You see that? That's just a story attached to it. There was never a Last Supper, never a Christ to have a Last Supper. Just a drawing by Leonardo da Vinci with a story attached. They also commissioned Leonardo da Vinci to draw the crucifixion, the crucified Christ. That's just a picture.
Right.
And a story attached to it.
Right.
Fair to the believers in Christianity. Never happened. See? They commissioned him to draw a picture of Mary Magdalene. There's never been a Mary Magdalene. Just a picture of a Mary Magdalene with an attached story fair to the believers. So So they believe the story that this Mary Magdalene, after the crucifixion of Jesus, went to his tomb and she found a rock, had rolled back off of the tomb. She looked down in the tomb was empty, and Jesus went on up to heaven with his Father. Story. Never happened. All a painting. See? Mm-hmm. See? So then the Roman Catholic Church commissioned Michelangelo and to design the chapel over there. You know, where you got the pictures of this Jesus and so forth, all this stained glass. You see? It's the Sistine Chapel, so forth and so on. All that's part of history of this. Now you're in Europe now with Christianity. So that would be what I had to say about that right now.
Can I ask you, finally, Walter, if you can give us as much insight on the role of Africans in the development of Europe, especially their university systems, the role that I'll say the Moors, but who are Egyptians, but in the building of Sonata, Spain, and their role throughout Europe. What did they do? What did they bring about to make European civilization what it is?
Well, you got to go back to the Moors, like you said, for that. The Moors is a nickname for Africans that came out of Morocco and Mauritania, crossing the Mediterranean, going into Spain to set up the world's second civilization. The third civilization was set up over in this hemisphere by the Moors. But we're going to go back to 1051, when the Moors began to cross the Mediterranean, coming from Morocco, Mauritania, into Spain to set up a second civilization. They built those cities over there, Seville, Cadillac, and et cetera, et cetera. And they had the ability to do that because they an extension of their ancestors, who were the world's first builders, the ancient Egyptians. So the Moor and ancient Egyptians is one and the same. I want people to understand that. Okay? Just like the Negro today in this country, as I speak, are connected with the Moors and the ancient Egyptians. So the ancient Egyptians and the Moors vanished and the Negro appeared. See? So I'll get into that. But the Moors building those cities over there in Spain, bringing civilization over there. In 1482, Ferdinand and Isabella called for the expelling of Moors out of Spain because Christianity was over there then. See, and Spain had accepted Catholicism from the Vatican, from the Roman Catholic Church. So now they wanted the Moors out of Spain. So they began to expel them, 1482. And they wanted them out because of racial and religious reasons. See, now you got to remember that these Moors were Mohammedans. Okay, so they went against Catholicism, Christian religion. They were Africans, and they did not want the world to know that these Africans had brought civilization to their shores and their land. So they began to expel them. Some of them went into Europe They was used because they knew how to build. They were literate men. And they went into Europe and began to build over in Europe and show the Europeans how to build. They went into Mali, and when they went into Mali in Africa, they began to build themselves homes, and they went into Timbuktu. They lived in Timbuktu, and where you find the University of Timbuktu, but you won't find an actual university that can be identified as the University of Timbuktu. It took me a long time to find this. The University of Timbuktu signifies that the Moors coming out of Spain, run out of Spain by Ferdinand and Isabella, into Mali, building homes over there for themselves, bringing with them their manuscripts of different subjects that they taught over in Spain. Now, they bring these manuscripts, building this house, to set up their teaching institution there in Mali. And that is what's called the University of Timbuktu. The books and the manuscripts that they brought over there to teach from. You see? So then, Ferdinand and Isabella hired Christopher Columbus. Okay? Well, the one wanted to debate over that. We're not going to debate that, whether that was a Christopher Columbus or not. You know, that's a debate, which I understand that. But let's forsake that and get to the main crux of the thing. Christopher Columbus came over in this hemisphere with the African Moors. Okay? Remember now, during the time of slavery in this country, you had 380,000 men and women who were free, wasn't slaves.
380,000?
Yes, they were not slaves. To attest to that, you ever seen the movie 12 Years a Slave?
Yes.
Wasn't he a free man?
Yeah.
Living in New York, right?
Right.
They drugged him and took him to a slave-holding state and made him a slave out of him. But he lived, as you see in that movie, dressed, and had a family and home and everything. You see that? See, so 380,000 Africans living in this country were not enslaved. Only if they were found in the slave-holding states that they became slaves. See, and they had to take this brother from New York to a slave-holding state to make him a slave. See, so the Moors are over in this hemisphere, right?
Where'd they come from?
Out of Spain. I told you where they originally came out of Morocco. I went over there. That's where they originally came from. They came, I told you, some went into Europe, some went into Mali, some went into North Africa, some went into Egypt. They went all over. Okay? Now they're over in this hemisphere with Christopher Columbus. See? And like I said before, during the time of slavery, you had 380,000 Africans that were not enslaved unless they were caught into a slave state. See? To attest to that, I said 12 years a slave will attest to that. Okay? Now, over in this hemisphere, when the Portuguese and Spanish slave traders went into Africa to get human beings and took them out of Africa to bring back to this hemisphere to make slaves out of them in 1619, landing in Florida, they put the Moors, these Africans, and the enslaved human cargo of Africans coming out of Africa to be put into slavery under one umbrella. They put the Moors and these enslaved Africans under one umbrella and called them and named them Negroes. You see? to wipe out the Moors. So they're all Negroes now. What does the word Negro means? Black. Mm-hmm. Black and Negro is synonymous. Mm-hmm. You see? Mm-hmm. So now you have you have the Moors are gone now. They're Negroes now. You see that? Mm-hmm. So this is how that went about. And they began, Benjamin Banneker was a Moor. Mm-hmm. John Hanson was a Moor. The Moors built the President's Palace over in Washington, D.C. and built the White House. Those were Moors that did that. Because why? They knew mathematics. You can't build nothing unless you know mathematics. Mm-hmm. They were literate people. You see that? So you don't see the Moors today. So the ancient Egyptian, the Coptic Egyptians, and the Moors all vanished, and the Negro appeared. Mm-hmm. So today, as you and I and our children go to school over in this hemisphere of America, we are taught away from ancient Egypt. That's done on purpose, Clemson. Mm-hmm. It's taught away from it. Mm-hmm. They don't want us to identify with our ancestors, ancient Egyptians. Mm-hmm. You know what would happen to white supremacy? If they taught us that we were descendants of the ancient Egyptians, white supremacy would fall flat on its face. Because they can't say that we're inferior anymore. We can say that they are inferior if we so desire. Because of our ancestors left us an immortal legacy to be superior, if we want to use that term. You see that? So, if you want to wipe out white supremacy, identify yourself and call yourself an African ancient Egyptian. Not an Egyptian, because those white Arabs living in Egypt today, they are Egyptians. They're invaders, occupiers. Their ancestors did not build the Great Pyramid or bring forth civilization for all of humanity. Did you see the movie Selma? Anybody seen the movie Selma? Mm-hmm. You see where this woman is walking with Coretta Scott King in a scene there. And she was telling Coretta Scott King, we come from a great people, a people who brought civilization to the world. It's right there in that movie Selma.
That's true. Yeah.
And what people is she talking about that brought civilization to the whole entire world? It was the ancient Egyptians, our ancestors. Mm-hmm. And we have to get back to that. Our greatness is unclaimed in the continent of Africa. Sitting there, waiting for us. But we cannot, and we must not continue to call our name and identify with the name Black, Negro, and African Americans. Can't do that anymore. We can't use the Portuguese and Spaniards' name anymore that they gave us to hide our identifying ourselves, identity as being the ancient Egyptians. Can't do that. See that? No longer do that. So every name that you call yourself, there's a history attached to it. Mm-hmm. The history is attached to Black and Negro and African Americans. That means that you're telling the world that your ancestors were enslaved in America. That's as far as you can go. It's in America. Only in America you find Negroes. The rest of the races of people around the world can go to the world map of human geography and find where their ancestors came from. To hide our identifying ourselves, identity as being the ancient Egyptians. Can't do that. See that? No longer do that. So every name that you call yourself, there's a history attached to it. The history is attached to Black and Negro and African Americans. That means that you're telling the world that your ancestors were enslaved in America. That's as far as you can go. It's in America. Only in America you find Negroes. The rest of the races of people around the world can go to the world map of human geography and find where their ancestors came from. But these people who call themselves Black, these Africans in America who call themselves Black, Negro, and African Americans can't do that. They can only point to America. Mm-hmm. So we're going to have to stop using that term and find our way back and claim our greatness.
That is so true.
And another thing we're going to have to do as a people, we're going to have to stop going into these churches worshiping that dead white man on the cross that is detrimental to us as a race of people. Okay? Mm-hmm. You're worshiping the white man in the form of a Jesus the Christ. Mm-hmm. You're supporting white supremacy.
That is correct.
If you want to stop white supremacy, stop worshiping the white man as your God. Mm-hmm. You're supporting, when you go in these churches, white superiority. And you're supporting African inferiority. That's what you're doing. And you don't even realize it. And you don't want nobody to disturb you and tell you that you're doing something wrong. You don't want them to say anything to you. Mm-hmm. See?
Keep going and kind of just give us an overview. You can summarize and get this last piece.
So when you go into these churches and you worship that dead image on that cross, you're shooting your own self in the foot. Because what you're doing, you are passing that disease and virus on to the next generation, your children. Because your mother and father pass it on to you. Your grandparents pass it on to your parents. Your great grandparents pass it on to your great grandparents, and so forth and so on. So today, as I speak, you have transferred this disease called Christianity and Islam and any man-made religion to your children. So today, your children are confused because you have told them to come to church and bow down to this dead white man on the cross, that he is your God and Savior, that he will save you, that anything that you want, you have any problems, take it to Jesus and pray, and it'll be done and given to you. And you found that, you should have found that to be not true. You cannot do that. You are doing a disservice to yourself and your family and your community. Okay? So if you want to stop white supremacy, stop going to church. You want to stop white superiority, stop going to church. Worshiping this white man and calling him your God. Let me ask you this question, Christians. This is a question for all Christians. I want to ask you this question. Do you think that the white race will take their children into a church where a dark-skinned African is hanging on a cross and teach their children and their family that that dark-skinned African hanging on a cross was their God and their Savior? Would you think the white race would do that? The answer is no, and you know it's no. And I'm going to go a little further. I'm going to say, hell no, they wouldn't do it. So why are you doing it to your children and your family, making them inferior and confused like you are? Your parents made you confused. Your grandparents made your parents confused, and so forth and so on. So we have to stop this confusion. We're going to have to stop worshiping this white man as your God. And you go in these churches and you sing your guts out, praying to this dead white man on the cross. And when you come out, after you get through praying to this dead white man on the cross as your God, he shoots you down. Members of his race shoots you down in the streets like dogs. And you know that. Discriminate against us like we are non-humans, non-existents. We have to beg him for justice, beg this white man for a job, beg him for everything. But you go in there and pray to this God and he gives you nothing. You got to come out and start begging, because praying is a form of begging. That's all it is. That's what praying is about, form of begging. So at this moment, this is all I have to say right now.
Walter, maybe you'll tell us a little bit about your next book. A little bit.
You want me to tell you a little something about my next book?
Yes.
The next book that is coming out should be out at the end of the year, the first of 20,000, what am I talking about, 2016. That book should come out in 2016, my next book.
This way I have something to go on to write the preface.
So at the end of this year, 2015, or the first of next year, 2016, my new book will be out. My wife and I, we have collaborated on writing this book together. And the name of the book is called Dispelling Myths of Ancient Egypt. And in this book, I'm pulling the cover off of Western academia. And I'll give you a little synopsis of what it's about. The first chapter, I'm repudiating the Hyksos. Writing about that, very important. A lot of information is in the writing of this book. The second chapter is a warning I give to all African scholars. Do not use the chronology of ancient Egypt as it is used today, because the ancient Egyptians did not write a history of themselves. It was the European who wrote a history, this is supposed history of ancient Egypt, but they used the Bible to do so. And I'll give you in this book 5 different chronologies as an example. The third chapter is the repudiation of the biblical Persians. I'm telling you, there's no biblical Persians, never was a Persian, so forth and so on. The fourth chapter is about why the Metanatural hieroglyphics has never been deciphered. I have that as an appendix in my first book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. But in this book, I'm adding more to that subject, okay? Which gives it more understanding and a larger extension of it. The fifth chapter is, the writing is very important, and Clemson Brown brought this to me many, many years ago about his granddaughter going to school and was given a book on the Sumerians and the cuneiform. And he asked me about that. So I signed my wife, Arnetta Williams, to dig up all the histories she could find about the cuneiform and Sumerians, and I helped her do that. So that fifth chapter is called and entitled The Sumerian Cuneiform Exposed, Mystery Exposed. The Sumerian Cuneiform Exposed. So we're exposing it. She's been researching this one subject for over 3 years now. So we're at the climax of wrapping it up, and just a matter of time putting all the little pieces together. So that's just a synopsis about the new book that's coming out. So that's it, Clemson.
Thank you, Arthur.
Okay?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, we're back now. I want to give you some of this information. The information can be documented if you want to buy some of this particular information, talking about this subordinate creator who is not the original God. You need to get Bentley Layton's Gnostic scriptures, which was dug up in 1945 in Egypt, which predates Christianity. And in so many words, the Christians stole another person's religion and then tried to kill them off. But in 1945, these particular Gnostic scriptures was dug up again. So you can find out about this in Bentley Layton's Gnostic scriptures. Also, I have my book, Titan 1 and Titan 2, that deals with these. I'll give you a copy.
Okay.
That deals with these, Titan 1 and Titan 2. And it also has the actual manuscripts. This Titan 2 is called Gnostic Mythology, and it has these Gnostic documents that was dug up in 1944, which was the story of Adalabroth that I was just telling you about. Now it quotes in this particular book, and I'll show you a quote. It talks about this. This particular entity broke away from the heavens. Because he didn't bother to look up to see that there was gods before him, he just thought that he was the God of the universe. And Adalabrath, which is also called Yahweh, says, was boastful and arrogant and exclaimed, I am the Father and the God, and beyond me there is none other. But Sophia, which is also a form of the same great mother over and over in different languages, hearing this cried out to her son, Lie not, Adalabrath, above all thee is the Father of all, the first man, the Son of Man, and man. Now in the Greek mythology, before Zeus comes into being, which is the father of the Greek mythology, and that's where you get the origin of the word Jesus. It comes from Zeus. J, which is Jupiter, in Rome, which is Zeus, and Zeus, which in Greek is Jupiter. They took the both words and put it together, the J, which is no J in the Hebrew language, and Zeus, or Zeus, and you get the word Jesus, or Jesus. Now Zeus, that's why I never say the word Jesus, just say Christ. Because it's not even a Hebrew word, it's a Greek word. Zeus, before Zeus ruled, the Titans ruled. And the Titans were the gods of the universe. Zeus comes into being in so many words and burns up the Titans in a long war, and then take the dust from the Titans and make man out of the dust. So in the first of this book, they say that in actuality, in Titan 1, they say we need to go beyond the Olympian pantheon to the gods who they overthrew, which were their parents. So we are the parents of the ruling entities in heaven. But even in your Bible, it says this hell and this heaven will pass away. If everybody's trying to get to heaven, why is it in the Bible tells you that the heaven going to pass away? The hell you trying to get to a damn place and ain't going to be there when you get there? They say that the kingdom is going to be on earth. And we are the ones that's supposed to establish the kingdom.
No.
But, okay. But I just want to say this one last part. So Zeus overthrows the Titans, and the Titans are and when he overthrows them, he burns them up, and the dust from the Titans was used to create man. And we are the dust from the Titans.
That's the Greek mythology.
That's the Greek mythology.
Okay. Now, in trying to deal with the African origins of Christianity, and looking at the way the Europeans changed much of the concepts of the structure that was out of the Egyptian worldview of the religious system.
Right.
And especially when we talk about the Nicene Council and all that. Can you explain to us how what we call Christianity evolved, and the difference that it had as a Coptic Christian and then a European Christian?
Okay, the Coptic Christianity. The story with Adalabrath, I told you, the subordinate deity, that's coming from Coptic Christianity. When they dug these texts up, the Gnostic texts, they were translated from Coptic. In so many words you had, and I'm going to give you the whole story on how this thing went down. In so many words, originally you had a group of people who were the original Coptic Gnostics out of Alexandria, Egypt. Which had been there since the beginning of Egypt, but they were called Typhonians then, and they're going through a series of things. And so basically Coptic just means later day Egyptian. They had their cult all the way up into, and when I say cult, I'm not talking about in a negative thing, we're talking about a civilization all the way up into Rome. Now, Rome at the time.
One thing before you get to Rome. How did it differ from Isis, Horus,
Osiris and the Egyptian pantheon. That we
Okay, let me explain something to you. When we get the Egyptian pantheon, we're getting most of the story from Plutarch, which is a Greek writer. When we look in the Book of the Dead and we look into most of the Egyptian things, you got to understand when you look at the large monuments in Egypt, most of those things are written in ritual. So we don't get the true pharaonic thought. When I gave you the Hermetic text, that's true pharaonic thought. But come to find out, this Gnostic thought that I'm talking about here, we find it also, that pieces of that is in the Hermetic text. So let me explain what happened. Sometime at the temple of Isis, or Aset, and I'll give you two versions. The temple of Aset, or Isis, a couple of years before it closed, maybe within a 100-year period, they translated a lot of the works from Metanetta into Coptic. The true pharaonic thought that I'm telling you about is the stuff that's in the Coptic. Now I'll explain in a few minutes on what it is. On what it is. But when you get the Book of the Dead, it's hard to find out what the Book of the Dead is other than the general Isis and Osiris story, because it's written in ritual. That means it was written for the priests, and it was a ritual book of spells and incantations. To get true pharaonic thought, you need to get the Hermetic text, which is the stuff I was giving you at the beginning of the thing, the lecture. That's true pharaonic thought, as well as the Gnostic text, which is true pharaonic thought. You can't get into true pharaonic thought through the Book of the Dead, because most of the people, because the Book of the Dead, number one, is a ritual book, and it's an esoteric book, and most of the black people are not scholarly enough into the metaphysical world to understand it. You see what I'm saying? But you can get it, there's several ways you can get the true pharaonic thought. The Coptic version is this Gnostic stuff that I was just telling you about. Now, I'm going to go back to that in a few minutes, but let me explain something. During the time that the Hebrews, which is black people from Ethiopia, we got tribes of different ideologies, but it's always the same race. The black Hebrews was in Rome, raising hell. The Romans at the time had Romulus and Remus and some form of Zeus and all that. But they, over the course of years, their pantheon and their true meaning of the religion started fading. Now, you must understand, in the ancient world, just like you have Democratic Party and Republican Party, your religion was also a political party, and you ran your government based on your ideology, based on religion. So as a result, in the Roman world, because of Romulus and Remus and a form of their Zeus pantheon or whatever, Jupiter, they had lost, over the course of years, it started deteriorating, and they had lost the cohesiveness of the understanding of it. Okay. Remember I told you first, it was originally a black religion. The Etruscans, who give you Latin and Greek. But over the course of years, 2,000 years, they lost the meaning of it. Meanwhile, here's these Hebrews over here, raising hell, black people, in the height of the Roman Empire. The Roman citizens start looking and going, shit, if the government is based on your political and spiritual beliefs, then if your spiritual belief starts to fade and deteriorate, then your government will start deteriorating. So the other people, the Roman citizens, start looking at the Hebrews and started admiring them and saying, hey, shit, we might as well join them, or we need to get some stuff like that. Meanwhile, Roman citizens was Paul and Josephus. The Romans say, man, we got to get us some religion like them Hebrews over there. Them niggas is cutting up. The Roman government say, hey, we conquered Greece. Greece conquered Egypt. And Greece plagiarized and got all that stuff out of Kemet. But now we conquered Greece and we got all this shit logged down to the T and lying around. Won't you get some damn scholars and go up in there and translate that shit and make our own damn religion? So we got the same shit the Hebrews got. We got the Egyptian stuff, but at this time it's in Coptic form. Meanwhile, they got a group of people called the Gnostics that came out of Alexandria, Egypt, that's worshiping the same Christendom of this religion. The Roman was like, no, we're going to get our stuff, but we're going to tailor it a little bit because we're not necessarily interested in the spiritual ramification. We're interested in world domination through it. So we want to keep the same scripture so we can go into scripture and see the spiritual connotation, but we want a religion that, number one, we can rule motherfuckers with. So they get Paul, Josephus, and a whole bunch of these scholars. Now you must understand that a scholar, or you must understand a priest at that time, was more advanced than your highest PhD in the society, a nuclear physicist. He ain't got shit on no priest in the ancient world. Bad boys. He make a nuclear physicist and a PhD look like a damn dumbass. So when these people put some shit together, it's put together. Because we're talking about scientists that's putting these shits together. So they got Paul, Josephus, who was a Hebrew that defected and started working for the for the Romans. Paul was a Roman citizen. They go in and they get all these texts that they carted out of Egypt by Greece, but they now control Greece. And they put together the New Testament out of this ancient Coptic and Gnostic material, which before it was Coptic and Gnostic, it was metaneta. But they know, and they put all these elements together in it. Meanwhile, they got these other group of people over there, and they bust out saying, we got Christianity. These other group of people over there, the Gnostics, say, wait a minute, we got that shit too. That ain't your shit, that's our stuff. So what they do, they kill them all off. They're like, in the movie they got with a robber, with a person, you got two people, he'll take one man's stuff and steal it and then kill the man off. Say, kill him off and nobody knows. So they killed these people off and took their shit. But it was a modified stuff, and the reason why they had to kill the people off, because the people was like, wait a minute, that's modified. You got some controlling stuff there. We got the true stuff over here, and that's what this stuff here is that they found in 1945 in Egypt. All of it has an Egyptian origin. That's, But it's interesting they found this same stuff in Egypt in 1945. So meanwhile, they killed these...
Dead Sea Scrolls you talking about?
No, this is called the Nag Hammadi Library of the Gnostic Texts.
Are those texts different from...
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scroll was found in 1948. This was found in 1945. This is more advanced than the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's more of it. It's more advanced than the Dead Sea Scrolls. We talking about some shit that they can give you 1,000,000 years worth of history in about 4 or 5 pages. That's how advanced it is. We talking about each line of the damn text might scan 100 years within a fucking sentence or two. That's how advanced it is. That's the pharaonic thought I'm talking about. That you couldn't get from the Book of the Dead, but once they translated it into Coptic, we get what they were really talking about. And that's when this subordinate deity comes up. But anyway, they bring out this whole Roman thing, and all of a sudden, they got an instrument that they can dominate the world with. Because they have, Paul and them have gone in and tailored the shit, that it can be used both ways. But Paul and them, the one that they did, it was close to the original, so they had to do the Conference of Nicaea and 8 other conferences to modify it. You see what I'm saying? To modify it. But what we're talking about, what is the difference between, you asked the question, what would be the difference between the modern day Christian model and the ancient model?
Right.
The Christian model, the modern day Christian model was tailored to take advanced concepts that goes on the inner workings of the body and make them literal. So they say sublime mythology makes grotesque history. So one thing they did to make it literal, they historicalized everything. And none of that shit was historical. There was never Jesus over in the what you call it. I want to ask you a question. Now let's look at this. You a black Hebrew. You ought to know where the hell a damn black man came and taught amongst your ass. Why is it that you can't find no black Hebrew or no modern day white Jew that bear witness to the Jesus thing? You would think if a person gonna give you the Messiah, that's something hell to take. Everybody talk about a Jewish Messiah, but yet you can't find no Jew that bear witness to that.
That's true. What is that?
Because the Jew knew, like all the other ancient people in the world. See, the Jew knew that first of all, that was some Roman propaganda of the Hebrew. He knew, just like the Egyptian knew, just like the Greek knew, just like the Mesopotamian knew, like the Babylonian knew, like the ancient Africa knew, that the Christ that is to come can only come one time in history. First of all, there's two things. First of all, Christ is a title. And we all are the living Christ because Christ is the level we can rise to. But the Christ, the true Christ, that is supposed to be the end all and be all, he can only come one time in history. And that's at the end of the world. Now I'll tell you why I know this. Because I done studied alchemy to know this. And you can quote me on this. When the true manifestation of Christ comes, the physical earth would cease to be. For the mere fact that we got a physical earth, whatever teachers or whatever couldn't have been the true Christ. The Hebrews knew this. The Hebrews said, wait a minute, hold on. We get our origin in Egypt. And the Egyptians knew like everything else. Horus comes. And Horus comes to kill.
To kill?
To kill.
Oh, Horus comes to kill.
Kill. The true Christ never taught love. That's some Roman bullshit to keep a people docile. All you got to do is just take my word for it. You go and study you can go to Greek and study Hercules. That's the Greek Horus or Apollo. But you can study Horus or Heru. You can find out something about Heru. I'm going to tell you what this is. You won't find no text in Egypt where Heru is talking about love. Heru does one thing and one thing only.
Avenge his father.
He kicks ass. That's all he does. He kills motherfuckers. That's it. That's what he does. The Greek version is Hercules, which is the same story because he don't do but one thing. From the time he born till the time he die, he kills everything in sight. Cleaning house. So the Hebrews knew. They knew that when they was talking about a person coming by talking about all this love and all this kind of thing, they said the true Christ coming back to kill the world. You see what I'm saying? Get the house in order. He's the God of Ecclesiastes with the blood on the sword. He's the God of Revelation. They had blood dripping from them.
So
but the Romans came in
on the end of time.
The end of time. That's the only time the true Christ can manifest on the earth. Otherwise, we are all the race of Christ, Christos anointed one. We all have melanin. But the Christ that we're talking about here is this seed that I was telling you. Now they have isolated this thing. They can tell you this stuff in science. In astrophysics, they say there's a seed that is is the only thing that is not, that is the only thing that's in this universe that's not of this universe. It's from the outside known universe. And when that seed manifests itself, it will explode everything on this planet and destroy the universe, and we'll go back to the original existence. If any man came saying he was the Christ, he couldn't have been the real one. That's why the Hebrews to this day, whether even the converted ones, but they copied the original black ones, never been witness to the Christ. And the Arabs over there is like, that's bullshit. The Egyptians, that's bullshit. That's Rome and that's Paul and them, because what Paul and them was trying to do was trying to get the monopoly on the Christ that everybody in the world had. You see what I'm saying? And the Romans say if we can get the monopoly on this Christ, we can rule the world with this thing. You see what I'm saying? So they literally tried to corner the market on the Christ that was all around the world. It is irrational for a Japanese man to worship a Jewish savior. It is irrational for a blue-black African to worship a white man. Just as it's irrational for an Eskimo to worship a black man, where everybody in their mythology got the same Christ. But the Romans came in because they wanted to dominate the world. And they tried to get the monopoly on the Christ by saying that this is the only true Son of God. And basically this person just comes up and tell you to do all this love and all this crazy thing. But guess what? The text came up in 1945. The true Christ, the one that comes from the Coptic Horus. He don't say none of that shit. In the Gospel of Thomas, it was like, which is when they got out of the library, they took out a conference of Nicaea. It's found in these in this text. In the Gospel of Thomas, he says, they say, Christ, tell us what kind of diet you want us to go on. He said, don't lie. Why do what you hate? Blessed is the man who eats the lion. Then the lion becomes a part of the man. Cursed is the man to get eaten by the lion, and a man becomes a part of a lion. He goes on, they say, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, you'll know the end when you know the beginning. Shit, you done lost the knowledge to the beginning. They say, well, then they said, they told about, tell about the end. He said, you know the end if you know the beginning. They said, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, heaven is all around you, but you drunk, you can't see it because you're looking for these two eyes, and you ain't looking with the spiritual eye. This person in here is a straight up revolutionary. A no-holds-barred person. They don't even deal with the crazy stuff. You see what I'm saying? So clearly the text that they dug up in 1945 that dates back to Coptic Egypt and only in the Metanetta is a totally different thing. And that's the original one before the Romans stole it and turned it into the New Testament. But don't get me wrong, the New Testament got all the stuff in it. It's just that for the first time you can't go by page for page, but you can go into the pages and find the same stuff. That's the difference. The Bible is still a viable thing. You just can't go by from A to Z, but you can go into the pages and it's all there. That's the difference.
Know how to interpret.
Yeah, that's the difference. You can't go by the basic theology that's drawn up from the Freedmen's Bureau, which is the way they was going to teach slaves. And that's what we still on now. Same old good old time religion is good enough for me. You can't go by that anymore. You have to go into the book. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. And that's the difference. It's all there. Now let me show you the real mystery of the book to make the book come alive. Take the book. Take some old deity that you're supposed to follow take him out and put yourself in the role of the Christ. And that's what the book is originally for. It's a guidebook for your soul, which is the Christ.
Yes.
So the person that they're talking about in there is you. Old body, new body. Old Testament, New Testament. If you take the book, just as I have done great works, greater works ye shall do. Is it not written in the law that ye are gods, and the scriptures cannot be broken? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. So it means you're supposed to take the book as an esoteric book. In every way you see Jesus or the Christ, you identify that as your soul. Then the book comes alive. It's just when you start following it and thinking some cracker coming back or some black man coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Black man come back saying, I'm the Christ. I say, okay, good. You take these bullets. Now, if you take these bullets and you take them and don't be on that floor, then maybe you have a chance. I might follow you. But the esoteric teaching was a mystery system book, just like the Book of the Dead, which is a passage to the soul. And you are the Christ in it. Mm-hmm. So it's a role-playing book where you get through the journey. You go on a journey, and at the end of the journey, you become illuminated. That's the real message. And that's the difference between the Egyptian one and the other one. At this time, it's a scapegoat thing. They tell you to worship somebody instead of you becoming the God.
Yourself.
Yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference between it.
Now, can you remember what I cut you off from? You were in a continuation. If you don't, I ask you another question.
No, I remember. In so many words, what I was saying was, based on all of the ancient ones,
Mm-hmm.
they all talk about a story of the gods before this God. The God of the day or the God of the living means that in actuality, the God of these two eyes, which is a chi, he creates this illusion around you, which is a hologram. The God of the dead is inside of you. Where's the God that died? Jesus died on the cross. Where's the cross? If you stand up and put your arms out like this,
Mm-hmm.
that's the cross.
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, where's Christ? Christ is on the inside of you, which is the third eye, on the cross.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cross that Jesus died on. That means that your soul is on the inside. It died long ago when you fell into the physical realm, and it will be resurrected again through the Kundalini energy.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what this thing is talking about. That's what this thing is talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So give me some more questions.
You know, I want to deal a little bit with this Black Greek. I had that picture there. I want to use it.
Yeah. You
And,
got it on you?
I have it, though I insert it in. But you said the Etruscans.
The Etruscans.
Etruscans.
Let me go through a little bit of
original
history of
Greeks
this.
were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me go through a little bit of history of that. Before I get to that, let me explain something else.
Mm-hmm.
The oldest system of worship in the world is called Typhonianism. That's why you ain't heard about it. So you got all these other people talking about the oldest stuff, but the real stuff you ain't heard about. It's called Typhonianism, Ophidianism, and Draconianism. You heard the word? You figure there ain't no word, but the white boy tell you your ideas are a little draconian. Well, if it's a word that don't exist, why is he using it in his doggone dictionary? And this is the cult of the dragon. The dragon is in the constellation of Draco.
Mm-hmm.
The cult of, and that's the form of the Great Mother.
Uh-huh.
All the other goddesses, the Great Mother, take it from this one Great Mother. But she has a son. It's the mother and the son, and that son is Sirius, the star system Sirius,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
are known as Soot.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's interesting, we had this draconian and Typhonian stuff up until 1907. See, Gerald Massey, when he went into the British Museum, he translated a lot of this stuff, and you can get all this in his works. But after 1907, after he translated Book of the Beginning, 1881, and then Natural Genesis, 1888, and then finally in 1907 he does Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. All this Typhonian stuff disappears. They lock it down, and only people who've been have access to it is your secret societies. And they go to Nubia, with a lot of this Typhonian stuff, and they cover over 200 temples at the Aswan Dam, which had this Typhonian stuff in it, as well as they found Hebrew letters all over them temples. So it was the vested interests of the Jews to cover it up because it would show the African origin of the Hebrew. 200 temples.
Yes.
And you know the white man don't. Yeah, you know the white man don't cover up nothing. So you know it had to be some real serious shit for him to cover up 200 temples. And they digging in Egypt this day, and they got 200 temples up under the Aswan Dam, up under the river. See what I'm saying? That was Typhonian stuff. Now the Typhonian stuff of the great mother and the child developed, matured, and declined even before the first monumental phase of Egypt, where the big buildings of the dynastic Egypt. The dynastic group came in, which is your Ra worshippers and Osiris, and they replaced it, the Typhonian, and they wiped it from the monuments. And Osiris takes on the attribute of soot, and Set becomes his nemesis, or he becomes his enemy. But Set is the oldest god in the world, and Typhonian's attributes before it comes Osiris attributes before there was Osiris used to belong to Set. All this is in Jeremiah's Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, as well as Albert Churchward's Evolution, Origins of Christianity, Evolution, Origins of Religion. So Set is the oldest primordial deity of all time, which is the star Sirius also. But Osiris becomes the star Sirius too, as well as all the other Egyptian deities. So one priesthood overtakes the other priesthood. So that priesthood, Apep, is the great dragon also. Apep was replaced by Ra. So the Typhonians at this time travel up into Mesopotamia and find Babylonia, Samaria, Chaldea, and on into Greece as the Etruscans. But they were the
time period we're talking about.
Oh man, we're talking about the Typhonians were basically your pre-dynastic time period, so it's before 3000 BC, about roughly. Well, Manetho says that there's 500 pharaohs in the dynastic period, which is 3,000 years, and there's 800 in the pre-dynastic, which was 5,000 years. And roughly, he said, we're talking about about 8,000 years. The pre-dynastic is the Typhonian. It's the Typhonian.
Pre-dynastic. Yeah.
It's the pre-dynastic. So they travel up into Mesopotamia and all that, but they also, from Mesopotamia, they become the Phoenicians.
Now these are still all black people right now.
Ain't nothing never was, nothing but black. These are the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians travel into Rome, because the Phoenicians becomes Etruria, and Etruria becomes the Etruscans, or the Trojans. You know, the Greek went to war with the Trojans. That's the later day Indo-Europeans going to war with the Trojans and wiped out those Etruscans. But the Etruscans find Rome and Greece, which I showed the picture. And they find Rome and Greece and establish the Greek language and the Latin language. And the first Greek mythology, Zeus and Apollo and Hercules, is a black mythology. It's just as valid. Now, Greek philosophy was stolen from Egypt years later. So don't mix up the time cycle. Greek mythology is black. Greek philosophy is plagiarized Egyptian philosophy. So don't do the time cycle. When I talk about Hercules and Zeus and Apollo and Perseus, that's black. later, it's just the Phoenicians' religion of the Typhonian stuff. So you say, well, what did the Phoenicians or the Etruscans worship? They had the religion of the whole Olympian deities of Greece, which the later Indo-Europeans come in and wipe them out and then take their shit. You see what I'm saying?
Now, this time period would have been around when the Indo-Europeans come in. Would be around 800.
It would be closer to the time. It would be maybe a couple of hundred years closer to the time that Greece comes into world history as this white 2000 BC.
That would be around 500 BC.
Yeah, whatever the time thing is, like that and all. So it's no different than, everywhere you go, you got your Dravidians. It's the same story. You got your Dravidians, Indus Kush in India, and then the Indus Valley, and then what happens? The Indo-Europeans come in, and because India is a big place, they don't wipe out all of them. But you have, further to the north, you get a lighter type of Indian. It's a caste system going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Greeks never were all white.
I can see.
As a matter of fact, when you see the Greeks now, they got nappy hair.
Yeah, I can see that.
And if they got damn nappy hair in damn 99, then 2,000 years ago, they had to be all black. So we still talking about primarily a black culture, even with the influx of the Indo-Europeans. You see what I'm saying? They never were all. That's why Charles Finch say when the Greek has the Greece and the ancient Greek, when they did the survey, had a heavy sickle cell trait. So that means they had to be black. See the difference? And that's the difference on that. You see what I'm saying? So that the Etruscans is that particular group of people, which the picture shows. Now I got the picture. I can run in and get it if you want.
No, I'm gonna add it in.
Add it in. Yeah, you got it. Okay.
I got that.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's what that is.
Okay, that's marvelous. If we look at then when the Egyptians or when the Africans finally lose power, what was it within that culture that get?
I'll tell you what it means. Unfortunately, and fortunately, we're connected with nature. And nature goes on a series of cycles. And everything in nature, the force deteriorates and then regenerate. The problem why we got a problem with this is because still in our mind we got the Judeo-Christian mentality that the earth started 6,000 years ago. So therefore we figured at the time when Egypt came was relatively a short time. Let's put it this way. When the monumental Egypt that you know of as dynastic Egypt comes into play, it's over for the Egyptians. Listen to what I'm telling you. When dynastic Egypt, of what you know of with Egypt as the civilization that you so much love, that was the lowest point for the damn Africans. Although this is the highest thing, the civilization that the white man can't even get to, that's the lowest point for us.
Well, why do you say that? Because wasn't it then when they built the pyramids?
Yeah, no, they built the pyramids
before that.
Way before then. You see what I'm saying? They built the pyramids and the Sphinx at the same time. Now the Sphinx is carbon dated 90,000 years. John Anthony West breaks that shit in the 70s. The pyramid and the Sphinx is one complex. They didn't build one after the other. The Sphinx is carbon dated 90,000 years. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about something older than that.
Yeah.
And that was built by the Typhonians, the pre-dynastic ones. I told you that the Typhonians matured, developed, developed, matured, and declined long before the first monumental phase of what you know of as modern Egypt, or what you know of as the Egypt that we all study, which is dynastic Egypt, or Kemet. When dynastic Kemet comes, it's over. We're literally talking about, well, even if we go by Manetho and he was conservative, he was just giving the Greeks something just to wet their tongue. They say ultimately you don't never tell a person your original origin because they can dictate how far you can go. Manetho said that basically we had 8,000 years. Then they asked Manetho, the high priest, well, who used to rule before then? He said, oh, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. The Afrocentric community at that particular time, somebody else quoted that, but what they didn't realize is the gods that used to rule, that Manetho talked about before 8,000 years, guess who they were? Guess who those gods were?
Before Manetho?
No, the gods that used to rule, he said that there was roughly 8,000 years between pre-dynastic and dynastic. They asked him, who used to rule before 8,000 years? He said, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. Who the hell do you think the God was? It was the same damn people.
Yeah.
Now let me explain what it is.
Yes.
They got a debate going on between the evolutionists and the Christians. The Christians say the earth is only 6,000 years. The evolutionists say the shit is older than that.
Yeah.
Both of them are partially right. The Christians can back their shit up a little bit because the physical is about 8,000 years or something. But the evolutionists say, no, we even got things that's even older than that. This thing is about 13 billion years old. As the USA Today came out and said, well, we calculated the origin of the universe in about 13 billion years old. But I happen to know based on the Dogon and even the Greek thing that the earth was in the beginning before the universe was even founded. But I'll get back to that in a few minutes. I'm trying to hone in on what I'm trying to find out is how did a whole bunch of gods used to rule. Both of the evolutionists and the religionists are almost right, but they are not occultists or esoteric studies, so they don't understand the true history. You see, when the gods used to rule, you must understand that the earth was always here. It just wasn't always on the physical realm. It was always here, but as a gradual decline, it became physical. So when the gods used to rule, that was when the earth was not necessarily physical. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now Rudolf Steiner says that at one time the original world was a spiritual world.
Mm-hmm.
And basically the vibration slowed down. And as it slowed down, the composites came together, the elements came together, and as slow vibration, they came together and became more dense. And our bodies became more dense. Our bodies became more dense. At one time, the spiritual world was just as visible as the physical, but the physical at that time was almost invisible. It was a little faint dim.
Mm-hmm.
As the vibration slowed down, the physical world became more vivid and more visual, and the spiritual world became invisible.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, those particular times are during the times of Lemuria. They got several names: Hyperborea, Terra, Alkeburia, Atlantis, Mu, all of that.
Yeah.
They were semi-physical times.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to use, when you asked the question that we used to use, how we used to use all of this, we had the full function of all our energies, the chakras, the third eye, the kundalini, and all that. After we had the full function. After we came into the physical, we still had the full function.
Mm-hmm.
But the ancients understood one thing, that they had a race before time. They had a race against time. They knew that one day that these particular spiritual records that is in our DNA would shut down and would go offline because as time went on, we started deteriorating where it become more dormant. So what they had to do, they had a race between time. That's what they built Egypt for. They built Kemet to record as much records as they could before this shit shut down and before our senses shut down and we just become dumbfounded. Now, all this stuff comes together. Because I often wonder if the Africans was just as advanced as the Egyptians. You have to often wonder this, why didn't the other Africans build the same type of society?
Right.
With all the large monuments.
Yes.
The Africans didn't need to build a society because they were very advanced. They had all that shit was in their head. It's just that they sent an expedition during the time of Atlantis at one part of the earth, mainly the center part, to build all the monuments so they can have when all this shit shut down. When this stuff start going dormant.
So in the center part of Africa,
they built the monuments so that they could have the monuments of records of all the knowledge they knew once this knowledge starts to shut down because they had become more and more dense into the physical.
all right. Now, see, we were talking on the wind. I want you
Yeah.
to throw that in there
Yeah.
because you were saying that is why all the stuff is spiritual. You don't see economic system
Yeah.
and so forth. So explain that, because what you're saying is very heavy. Now they had
Yeah.
they had seen, they had
They see,
prophesied.
I just
Go
took,
ahead.
I documented that the thrice great Hermes Hermetica by Copenhagen, Walter Scott, and G.R.S. Mead, as well as the new Nag Hammadi Library, which is the book called the Nag Hammadi Library that they dug up in 1945. That prophecy in there about you being in a land and the white man will be better than you and you'll be treated as a common criminal. That prophecy is also in the one they dug up in 1945. So we do know that we can trace it back almost 5,000 years that they knew that one day they was going to go into slavery. If we know that you got 5,000 years to prepare for something that's going to happen, you got a long time to prepare. And they did prepare because they had the advanced knowledge to know the future. Now, and we have the documentation. And I just gave you some. There's tons of it. They did prepare. Even in India, they say one day the man will eat the sacred cow. They have a document over there. But they did prepare. So now, here we are in 1999.
Pyramids and all of these, the Valley of the Kings, the tombs and everything.
Yeah.
All of this is a part of that preparation.
All that. All your temples. All the papyruses. Then they gave it out to the world. They gave the Greeks some, they gave the Romans some, they gave it all to the world. See, they knew that later on that the white man would come. If he didn't have no knowledge, we would never get the knowledge back. Now let me explain something. Let me go in this thing here. If they prepared, when we look back in 1999, why, if they prepared a way for us to get out of this, why we don't see no economic blueprint on how to get out of this, how to start businesses and all this stuff that we want so bad. Why we don't see no physical weapon war machine on how to build new guns to kill the cracker. Why is it that the only thing, if they had 5,000 years to prepare, why is it the only stuff that we get out of that is religious stuff?
Yes. Gotta have something to do with our
Because
survival.
because the basic premise of the Osiris is he's a caterpillar, then he goes into the cocoon, then he comes out a butterfly. The cocoon stage is what we have been shut down and been living in all these years. Now you don't come out of damn cocoon to go back to a damn caterpillar. So the whole Afrocentric community is off. We're not supposed to go back to Egypt and be Egyptians. Been there, done that. You coming out of cocoon to be something, a metamorphosis into a new creature. The alien is us in our new form. So they were only concerned with the soul and what the soul was going to go through in the next paradigm shift, because we had been on the earth for thousands of years doing the human thing. And that existence was over. So we gave it to the damn white boy. We gave it to the damn white boy. That's why he was the last to rule. We knew he was going to be the most destructive. That's why we gave it to him in the last couple of years. So you got to notice one thing about history. Now just listen to me what I'm saying. The white boy has really only been ruling for a little over 90 years.
That's true.
First of all, he didn't rule Africa until the late 1800s.
Correct.
He had the slaves, but he took Africa in the late 1800s. See what I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
He was warned against his own damn self for 700 or 800 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He only became a world power
Mm-hmm.
to dominate the entire world this century.
Mm-hmm.
In the latter part of last century with the British Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So that means he's only had roughly about close to 100 years ruling. And compared to what we have been ruling, that's almost like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So you just got to look at the bigger picture of things. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is under control. He might run around this motherfucker, but he don't run this shit.
Mm-hmm.
We run this shit. He might run his little ass around this shit. The white boy might run his little ass around here, but we run this motherfucker. It's just that the African has been convinced, or the ancient one has been convinced, that he doesn't, only in his damn mind. Why is that? Because in the course of us getting hit in the head as slaves, we come out wanting the same little old material mess that he wants, which is nothing. Trinkets.
Mm-hmm.
You know it doesn't have any value.
Mm-hmm.
He got to keep reinventing stuff new. And the Kabbalah says that the true ones, they say the intruder will come. Now what's an intruder? An intruder is a person that wasn't there in the beginning, that is there now, that's ruling over the original people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the Kabbalah says, A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah says, and the intruder, he rules because he causes luxury.
Mm.
And he rules through his luxury. He's a chameleon. Keep changing the fashion, keep changing the technology, and you keep running after the shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He causes luxury, material possessions. So he really ain't the king of nothing. So they say the empire changes of the earth, but it only changes the outer appearance. He's the Lord of illusion. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He's the Lord of illusion. So in any way, what we're talking about here is why they only came with religious material. Because the religious material tells you in actuality, we are hard-headed. We are looking to build a civilization to match his, and he has civilized barbarism. What we need a bunch of black capitalists for? We have been there, done that. We're trying to get to the next plateau. And that's the problem. What we do, we claim we so damn religious and we believe in Jesus and all that type of shit here. But it's like the old saying, everybody want to get to heaven, nobody wants to die.
Mm-hmm.
We want what we want, and we want to be equal to the white man and not equal to our own God's self. You see. So I asked this question. Did the Egyptians leave a blueprint behind if they had 5,000 years to prepare on economic freedom? No. They left spiritual stuff, and the spiritual stuff talk about metamorphosis. Osiris rising to the Heru. And the Heru is the higher realm. You see. Got any more questions?
My brother, I think we've been thorough.
You sure I can go some more now?
Hey.
You say yeah.
What? You know, whatever you feel the people need to hear. But these tapes, I'm going to put out right away because I think they need to be put out right away. Because the information and the knowledge is critical for this time. Like the other tape I held. Matter of fact, I'm still holding because I kept saying that, when...
It's on?
Yes, it's rolling.
What we need to do is also, too, is we have been programmed to think a certain way. And I've been coming to New York for the longest now, and basically from LIB to BLS, and basically we say the same thing over and over and over again, but we don't push the mind to think of those things that in actuality that is your fears. And that's the real initiation. So I talk about the dark side, but they said ISIS, Aset says, no one has lifted my veil. What does she mean by that? She said you didn't lift the veil and all because you are so scared of some stuff. And my goodness, after all we have gone through, we don't have no reason being scared of no devil or whatever. I figure hell got to be a resort area in a damn jacuzzi compared to this bullshit. But then again, when you study the Greek word hyo and the Hebrew word, the Christian word hell, and the Hebrew word hail, it means physical earth. Helix or hell means the physical earth. The other word, the word Hebrew word comes from the word also the word Sheol, and the word Sheol is the word shell. And the shell, from shell you get hell, is the physical body. We live in hell, which means you're trapped in the physical body. So all of this particular mythology that we're talking about, where we are scared of a damn devil as the scapegoat to blame everything on. You see what I'm saying? Keeps us trapped. Our own fears.
But if this white boy don't have a soul, what would happen to him?
Good question you asked. So you done got me into another realm, and it's a good question you asked. I'm glad you said this. It'd be good to end with. What we live in is called a matrix. It's a series of emanations in electromagnetic pulses that does not exist. It's an illusion. We used to be the gods of the universe before our children took over. Our children, when they took over and they trapped us into the physical realm finally, they put the brain on us, and the brain gives you the illusion that this is all real. It's only the wiring of the brain that's telling you this. It does not exist. In the context of that, although the script is that we created the white boy, in the context of whatever we did down here, the white boy, by him not having a soul, which means he is not real, he's only a part of this particular realm, of this particular matrix. And the white boy, in actuality, this is the key, he does not exist.
You sure is kicking a lot of ass.
He's sure like kicking a lot of ass. When we went to, when my girl,
tell nobody that he enslaved, that he didn't exist.
Let me show you something about slavery. See, even when you go even deeper into it, and this is one thing you must understand, when you go deeper into it, slavery was a part of the process. It said, out of Egypt I will call my son. In alchemy, which is the highest form of the Egyptian mystery, is called the royal art. And the royal art was alchemy, the learning of the soul and melody. Intersection of alchemy, the ultimate goal of alchemy is to take something original and make something new out of it. It's called illumination through putrefaction, where you take something from one stage, take it to its lowest common denominator, which is a form of defecation, or whatever they call it, a putrefaction, a rot, and you make something new into it, a new specimen. In actuality, the slave took an African and made a new entity out of it, whereas whether you like it or not, you believe this or not, I'll tell you the truth. In the 20th century, from 1865, you say what the fuck you want, and them damn Africans can say what the fuck you want. We were the pinnacle that all the other African nations followed.
You mean African American?
The Africans in America. We are the most unique brand of Negro there is. And no matter how much they claim that we are savages and inferior that the white man put in their head, they follow us. And they follow us, and we are unique because we have gone through a process that makes us like nobody else. You see what I'm saying? We are unlike anybody else. We are even unlike the Caribbeans. They still have a connection to Africa. You see it even in the talk and even in everything about them. Still have African overtones to it. Because they was in a tropical land. We are the only people that have been made new. And whether you like it or not, we have produced the most innovative inventions, genius, and intellectual ability that's unmatched. You figure they talk about a Diop, well hell, got a damn Diop on every fucking corner. Now I'm not taking nothing from the African, and I'm not taking nothing from the people of the diaspora. But what I'm trying to say is, we have been at the forefront of running this stuff. That's just history. Because there's something in us in a transformation that we have gone through. No matter how damn degenerated we might look today walking around the ghettos or whatever. There's something in us that's unique. That puts us closer to the ancient Egyptians than the damn Africans. That's why we connected back with it. And this was prophesized.
Hook that up with that Mellon study where they find a new.
Exactly. Good you said that. Good question. This point that I'm talking about here is illumination through putrefaction. Anybody knows if you go blind, your hearing becomes better. You go deaf, your sight becomes better. We were left for brain dead in the United States, which means that we were not functioning on our maximum brain level. But when that happens, the genius kicks in. You see, you're going to find out that we have two heads. One is the brain, which is a holographic brain. This only represents the five senses of appearances and awareness. But there is appearances. The other brain is the pineal brain. And the third eye. As long as the physical brain, the one we have that we rely on every day, was functioning on a high level, the pineal brain at this particular time had gotten to a point that it was dormant. Only some people get a twinge of use from it.
That's right.
Now, as a result, because other aspects of us are shutting down and deteriorating because we're not at the best thing that we were even after slavery. The other brain, just like the sight that would come on when the ears go, is now coming into focus. So because of the activity of the brain is shutting down at a rapid pace with black people in a racial senility, the other brain is going to override it. And that particular brain is the Godhead. So in order for the Godhead to come in, you have to tear down the old to make ready for the new. So you must understand the way science goes. If you have a light, the light of creation, that light is going to the maximum of what it can be. In order for you to get a new light, you have to have a degeneration of that creation. Once that creation act is created, in order for you to get a new paradigm or a new aspect of that, you have to degenerate or deteriorate to come back even greater than the light that you had before. You see what I'm saying? To come back to even greater than the light you come before. So, the light that we have now, what they call the New Jerusalem, never to fall again, or the new what you call it. To get to that new plateau, you had to go to the deepest, darkest decay. And from that decay, the new light comes on. So the other brain is up under here, which has been helping us out through the years, but it's now ready to come online fully. And anything that you know, if you wanted to build a brand new building, then you already got a building in that spot. You got to get the big old ball and chain, or you got to get some stuff they call implosion, where they blow it up by using the force of the building, centrifugal force. Well, that's what's happening with us. We're being imploded from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? So now, to understand this on a scientific terminology,
Correct.
we have more than one double helix structure of DNA. We have several structures, but they have been dormant because we've been in the physical body so long. Now, because we are rising, what is happening is a sister from Detroit that is good friends with Richard King, and she was telling me that she works in the hospital, and the white boys are studying the black DNA, and every day they find new amino acids popping up on it. And those amino acids are nothing but those new DNA strands coming online. Meanwhile, out in space, which is a reflection from some shit that's going on the inside of us, at the Orion Nebula, they're finding all these clusters of stars being born. And planets. But what they're not telling you is that stuff up there is called a holographic universe or a petty universe. It's only a reflection of what's going on the inside of us. So just as those clusters of stars is being born in the several nebulas in the Orion Nebula, there's energies being born in us and coming online. And that's those particular worlds that's coming online. They've done studies, even the book, Mark Balfour's book, The Sign of the Serpent. And as back as a conference in 1986 with black people, with white people that had this conference. And they concluded that the old Kundalini energy of the serpent that was lying dormant for thousands of years is now on the rise, as well as 1986. So you can imagine the way it was then. Now, so as a result, when I was telling you about the projects and all that stuff, and they had to exterminate some people, with this Kundalini energy that was rising, they had to kill off a great deal of people because there is some truth to natural selection. The weaker, the stronger kill off the weak. They wouldn't have been able to take our energy. So in order to even live on the planet as they are now, by 95, they would have been dead if they hadn't. But don't worry about it, though. It's inevitable anyway.
So the white boy is trying to kill us off before we...
Well, now, actuality, he realizes that he can't kill us off and live on the planet.
But he's trying to control our population.
He's trying to control the population for the simple doggone fact that too much of us on the planet, that energy will kill it because of the energy that's rising within us. Because it's just like any other species that kills off the natural. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you another thing about the white water that a lot of people don't understand. The European is not racist to you based on he's taught racist. The European is racist to you because he can't take your energy.
Mm-hmm. I believe that.
There's a certain energy that we have in us, and when it crosses his streams, he can't take the energy, and it comes out as racism.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that.
Now let me explain how this energy is. Based on the science that we get, the white boy is a cross species of different animals plus some human DNA. And the human DNA is what give him 2 arms, legs, hands, eyes, and all that. Although he don't look like you. But he has several, ape, some pig, you see the white skin, some other stuff. His hair is even fur. So all the black women putting fur in their hair don't realize that ain't nothing but fur. Nobody got, the only animals that's got hair like us is revered as Christ animals, the lamb and all that type of stuff. But he has fur, and all the animals have hair like him. But the point I'm trying to make is this here. Now listen to this science here on how this particular racism works based on the energy. If you go into the forest or you go to the forest or you go to the jungle, the most strongest animal in the world, everybody will tell you that those animals are scared of you more than you are scared of it.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You go, that bear is scared of you. That's what makes him attack.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they say stand real still and all. If he don't feel threatened, he won't attack. The animals only are threatened if they attack. You understand where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the point I'm trying to make here. Since he's made up of animal DNA, the European, when he comes in contact with a human, that xenophobic fear automatically comes out, just like the bear does in the doggone forest, because he's got latent animal DNA. So therefore, just like the animals fear the humans, he fears the humans too, and we just so happen to be the humans. You see, we just so happen to be the humans.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so he fears us too on that particular level.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and on that particular level. Another thing about this Viagra is, by the time most white boys, by the time they get 30, it's over with them sexually.
I didn't know that.
See, they tell you that the white boys, they used to say it was for everybody, but it wasn't for everybody, it was for white people. The white man's sexual nature peaks at 19, and it's downhill from 19. You see what I'm saying? That's because you're going to find out that what makes you sexual virile is the connection between the penis and the pineal area and the brain. Because it's calcified, he is incompetent also. So that's what they needed, the Viagra, to offset this thing. And that's one reason why the white girls was flocking to the black men in mass too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because he can't perform sexually. And even if he does get it up, he's so inadequate down there until there's a certain rhythm that the black man has that to a black woman is just normal. It's just normal sex, but to a white person they can tell the difference that the white boy don't have. You see, that the white boy don't have. So that's what they need the whole Viagra thing for, to doggone try to bridge the gap, which is melanin. You see what I'm saying? Which is doggone melanin is what this particular thing is. You know. So man, I'm telling you, as much as we may seem that we're not on it, we are really on it. You just have to look at the greater picture. You have to look at the greater picture. And too much we are dealing off of raw emotions. You see what I'm saying? You see. Are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still on.
We're dealing with raw emotions, so therefore we don't try to look at the bigger picture on the way things are and why they are the way they are. We are in this position and all because this position was just the weeding out station to make us better before we get to the other realm. And what I mean by that is there's a quote in the Kabbalah says that God, if you want to believe in what you call, but it's still a good quote because it's also talking about the higher God in us. It said God put pain and suffering on the people that it loves. It says so that they can use up everything in this world so that they can inherit the world to come. It is in the ones that he don't love that he let life go by. That he let life goes by with ease. You see what I'm saying? No. With ease. So that they can have the best of everything in this world so there won't be nothing left for them in the next world. You see what I'm saying? And basically we were just in a period of a sleep. Now the Gnostic text says that in the last days man will be against man, woman will be against woman, woman will be against man, man will be against woman. Wrath, torture, murder, mayhem, and all that. But it also goes and says, what these people don't understand is these people are dreaming dreams. And they need to wake up. And this is not a metaphor. Literally, this is an illusion. You see what I'm saying? But it's only programmed, again, through your subconscious. And our subconscious has always dictated us by somebody programming and telling us what reality really is. And what is reality? Reality is only what you told yourself it was.
That's right. My brother, Mr. Hemmitt, Bobby, good brother. I'm going to let you retire for the night. I want you to do one thing, though. I don't have a release for you to sign. And we do some TV. So I'll need you to give me a release verbally on camera. And that'll suffice.
So you'll do what, the cable show?
We do cable? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I may run this on the cable program also.
Oh.
I probably will run this on cable.
Yeah. Whatever. That's the release. You're welcome to do it. It's time.
All right. And so you give me also release to market and everything.
Yeah.
All right. Marvelous.
That's right.
Okay, my brother. Thank you.
You got to give me my tape.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get that. I'm going to set it right on the camera. You're
All
going
right.
to get his tape.
Soon.
Hartford, Connecticut. Alphonse is the creator of Hartford's Heads Held High, the largest teen talent competition in Connecticut, which has been ongoing annually for over 7 years. In 1996, Alphonse was selected as the Hartford Current Citizen of the Year. He is also a volunteer at 89.9 WQTQ FM radio station. His life commitment is to African people and to participate in the work necessary to improve the conditions in which Africans live. Tonight, his task is to channel the inspiration from the ancestors into meaningful words destined to inspire you. Let's welcome Alphonse McGriff III. I'd like to first give honor to the Creator, to the ancestors, to the elders, and also to the beautiful African women. This first piece, I would like you to feel me and listen carefully, and I think you can get a lot out of it. And as I read, you'll understand why I hold this money in my hand. The first piece is called The First Commandment. And for those of you who may not have them memorized, the first commandment is, you shall have no other gods before me. You said you paid all your bills and don't have a clue, while the landlord said your rent is still due. Well, let's see exactly who it is you look up to. He was an angel before meeting you is the first clue. Disguised as dead presidents is how he hooks you. Now, these angels, these presidents weren't heroes to rant and rave for. They were kidnappers, murderers, rapists, and thieves, our ancestors slaved from the cradle to the grave for.
with made-over features and enhanced faces and heads. As long as we follow their lead just like them, we'll soon be dead. But our people have allowed them to become our master, from the pastor to the players to the pimps to the pushers, especially the pastors. That's right, the preacher, supposed to be God's teacher and outreacher, has become the black community's #1 leecher, because he sees these green European enemies as his best friends, while he pretends to defend the word. Then he flees with these same enemies to the suburbs. It disturbs me how I see such love and loyalty coming from the inner city church community, and in return they get burned by empty words, not coming from the good book, but from a good crook who's more concerned with buying clothes than saving souls. From what I see, to a major degree, his true pleasure is acquiring these worldly treasures for the church, or is it the congregation? Or pardon me, is it the corporation? And as life passes us by, we're told to wait on heaven in the sky, while the preacher's wealth on earth continues to multiply and multiply and multiply. So to earn his living, we're put in the spirit of giving as the choir sings louder and louder words so beautiful and inspiring. And though God may hear it, he's not the one living large off that 10%, because not a dime of that money has he spent, not from the building fund or the tithes or the visiting speaker's fee set aside. Now, I'm not saying I'm qualified to decide how best to divide this loot, but shoot, it makes me wonder deep down inside why I'm seeing $1,000 suits and luxury rides and people are struggling just to pay their tithes. And it's funny how the congregation tries to hide with pride the fact that they're barely making it, and are aware when their ministers are faking it. Yet they're allowed to keep taking it, the money, because they have a big stake in it, this game called religion. What's more amazing is how we forget it, but we all know who said it. You shall have no other gods before me. And indeed, it's these green European enemies we pray for, work night and day for, fight for, violate rights for, gamble all night for, cry for, lie for, live and die for, cheat, steal, beat, and kill for, raise hell, go to jail, and make bail for. And when we finally receive it, these green European enemies, it's hard to believe it, but we commit our worst crime and waste no time handing it right back to the fallen angel, whose likeness has a larger head but is still dead. How could you possibly think it's for God you've been living when it's to the devil himself your life you've been living? And you ask why you paid all your bills and don't have a clue why the landlord said the rent is still due. Well, when the true landlord, God, has been paid with a commitment to a spiritual foundation, then and only then will our short stay on this planet become an extended, creator-recommended, rent-free vacation. First commandment. Thanks. And the second piece is simply entitled, An Open-Minded Shout Out to All the Good White People. You are not to blame, but just the same, your money-hungry capitalist counterparts constantly change the rules to the game. They control it, they shape and mold it, package and fold it, then hold it for the next generation of good, liberal, sympathizing, silent supporters of white supremacy. And though we know you'll never address it because you have forever tried to suppress it, but to this very day you still protect the pilfered goods your celebrated, hero-indoctrinated, slave-owning ancestors stole, including our men, women, children, land, language, math, music, science, history. And you continue to bathe in this false American hypocrisy called the Great Melting Pot while pretending you don't see it boiling over. I would be a fool if I thought for a minute that white folks were in it to be fair. To put it quite simply, I really don't care, nor do I give a damn about this racist white man. So for you, the good white people, the ones who in black communities commandeer so much clout, the ones even black folks cheer so much about, yes, the good ones I hear so much about, it would appear to me that your lack of action against racism makes you an accomplice, a co-conspirator, an accessory to the enemy, a threat to me and my community, as you indeed proceed to quietly encourage the courageless with his plan to destroy and attack the black, the beautiful, the first, the original, the ancient African man and woman. However, our third eye will one day open our consciousness to a foundation of spirituality that will embrace the African belief that if I hurt or you hurt, then we all hurt. And finally, as we were mentally, physically, and spiritually connected to the universe in the beginning, we will be in the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Alphonse. Now, all right, I'm a spoken word artist myself, like many of the artists that, many of the poets that come in here. And I have to let you know that one of the things with poetry and with poets, whenever we up here performing, it's energy. We giving out energy and we giving out our inspiration, and it's good when we feel that same thing coming back to us. So if you're feeling it, you know, give it back, because we giving, so give it back, all right? It's all energy, okay? And remember, that energy is the ability to do work, and we up here doing some good work. Wouldn't you agree? All right, so give it back. All right, now, I'm going to bring up Brother Kale. This magnificent young man is a graduate of Medgar Evers College. In 1998, he took his place among other talented poets as the Nuyorican Poets Cafe Grand Slam champion. The voice of this powerful orator has been heard in some of New York's most prominent cafes, including Brooklyn Moon, the Tea Party, and the Nuyorican, to name a few. He was a featured performer at the historical Black College Expo, as well as at Sister Betty Shabazz Memorial held at Medgar Evers College. KO is a knockout performer, guaranteed to have you wanting more. His voice is like a bell of hope. His words are like sparks of lightning. Listen, learn, and burn with passion, because long after he stops speaking, the words will still echo inside the sanctum sanctorium of your mind. Let's welcome Brother KO.
How's everybody doing? I'm fine, thank you. Can you tell me how to move a mountain? Can you tell me how to move a mountain? I can show you how to move a mountain. 'Cause I can move mountains. I said I can move mountains. Seeds were implanted in me down under the soil of Christianity, still centered in the mind of animalistic views. I've been amused by those fools who choose to try to control why only heritage has my soul, academically designed to incline to find as a problem, but it's all in the mind. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. The earth gave birth, now has rotted. Plans of a better nation we have plotted, but gluttons push the wrong buttons, causing explosions, mass erosions in the earth's surface. They have the nerve to get nervous. How dare you say that all men are created equal when poverty, welfare regulates my people. My people, it's time to move mountains. We have nothing to lose. We just stand on the highest plane and yell, mountain move. But brothers hold grudges, 'cause the mountain never budges. In idleness comes large, and motivation is mentally discharged. The aggravation inside me lingers, 'cause all my people know how to do is point fingers. Instead of blaming selves, we blame others. How can we point fingers amongst brothers? I hear swearing, I hear cursing, when the real blame is third person, but they say you. They say you. They say you. It has to be you. It can't be I. It must be you. It's you. Why not we? Don't you see? Why not us? We made it unjust. Can somebody tell me how to move a mountain? My people run deep like water flowing from an endless fountain. Don't you understand that we have nothing to lose? We just stand on the highest plane, the yo-yo mountain move. But leaders don't show faces, afraid to take their places in the populace. How can you be so bold to give benefits to the old when I have been treated cold before and after? I was 400 years old, and sexism does exist. But can I make a list of all my black sisters that had to raise their black fists? My people have been criticized, mutilated, brutalized. How can you speak of sexism and ageism when racism is institutionalized? My people, it's time to move mountains. Just nudge them out your path. All lanes, objectives, and goals shall soon be in your grasp. Just follow me. I'll lead the way. Who am I, you might say? Who am I? Who am I? I push hills aside and tall landscapes I devour. I think critically, analytically, plus politically I have power. I can pull clouds out the sky. I can move mountains by the bulk. I swallowed Mount Fuji in one gulp, beat Mount Kenya to a pulp. I grinded the Rockies till it tasted like syrup, leaped over the Appalachians towards my travels into Europe. Mercy, mercy, even as we speak. You know they're crying mercy upon communism peak, even when I sneeze. The cool breeze across seas can bring the Alps to my knees and still stop off in Vienna to taste the chocolate and cheese. There is no peace in Greece, for the gods are at a halt. I capsized Mount Olympus and wrestled Zeus for his lightning bolt. My people cried victory, but I have more in store. For I go back to the United States and chisel my face in Mount Rushmore. And as I leave South Dakota, I want all my people to follow. For I travel to the motherland to beat drums on Kilimanjaro. I passed by the pyramids, but I left them alone. There are no geometrical equations, but it said black owned. My people cried victory, victory. I see no victory today, for Mount Everest still stands to be my finest prey. And so I climbed Mr. Everest and I look him eye to eye and said, no longer would your head remain above the clouds in the sky. I came down and told my people Mount Everest must fall, one half in Tibet, the other half in Nepal. My people just laughed and others seemed uncertain. And again in time of struggle and action they questioned my person. I said maybe they don't know who I am. Who am I and what I can do? Who am I and what I can do? Who am I and what I can do? I can goggle bodies of water by the gallons and cases, spit them in desert spaces to form an oasis. I can make the Leaning Tower of Pisa stand firm and tall, make the Statue of Liberty have a very bad fall. Yes, I am black and a black man's epitome. I can kick Sicily off the boot of Italy. All mountains shall shake from the power that I create. People in California would swear it was an earthquake. So please, Mr. Everest, let me spare you today. I said, mountain, move out of my way. It's just my imagination running away with me. If I were to dream, well, let me dream you a tale. Traveling the 7 seas with treasures to unveil. I am a ship captain upon oceans I sail, conquering all oppressors and successors. Dare not do I fail. If I were to dream, well, let me dream you a chance to shatter glass ceilings, make my people advance. Why, I am a king, I hold life in my hands. I have power in my crown and wealth in my pants. If I were to dream, well, let me travel the endless skies, passing from cloud to cloud every time I blink my eyes. Why, I am a pilot, why do you look so surprised? I have knowledge of aviation, can cause objects to rise. Rise, rise, I have dreams to remember. And if I share my dreams with you, how could I find the words to tell my people if they try, you can fly like the birds. You might say, how could this be? I close my eyes so that I can see. Or is it my imagination running away with me? I have achieved because of will, some say because of luck. I can make oceans stand still and volcanoes erupt. I dream past the present, gave my people mind and presence, taught my children all their lessons, brought them back to their essence. We have to control our thoughts that are seen and unseen, oh my people. My people, we have to learn how to dream. When failure wanted me, nightmares haunted me, I learned how to dream undauntedly. For more that I feel, it's so hard to reveal how fairy tales and novels can become real. I visited Anne of Green Gables, been through Aesop's fables. I fought with King Arthur and sat at round tables. Open your mind as thoughts seem to unravel, for now I'm intertwined within Gulliver's travels. Curiosity, give thought patterns velocity, as I possibly travel on another odyssey. I enter John Steinbeck's world where I heard of the pearl, but I couldn't tell the difference between men and mice. Sailed with Robinson Crusoe off Tobago, and played beloved jazz in a Toni Morrison's Paradise. Paradise is powerful paragraphs, potential pressure that paralyzes. Prose, poetry, puns, promotes Pulitzer prizes. Pattern pencil in my palm, protect a princess in a palace. Stop and drink a spot of tea in Wonderland with Alice. I ate with kings, queens, lords, dukes, duchesses, and an earl. I told an artist formerly known as Prince to lose those diamonds and pearls. Somebody called me Tar Baby, but that name doesn't suit me. I transformed into a horse and they labeled me Black Beauty. Found divine justice in Nemesis. I flew off the wings of Pegasus. Cured all the white man's fetishes on black man's premises. I horrified hypocrisies, downsized democracies, flipped off philosophies installed by Socrates. I pulled the throttle and Aristotle had time to invent the wheel. Threw a bottle at Adonis the model while holding Achilles by his heel. You see, I never dreamed of the impossible dream, for I dream as far as the stars. I close my eyes with one thought, I can leap unto Mars. I wanted to go to Venus, but that's the land of the brave. They say the majority were women and all men were enslaved. Since there's too little room, I will have to harpoon unto Jupiter and cocoon around its 16 moons. I rode the rings of Saturn and swung by the Big Dipper, and came right back in time to give Cinderella her slipper. And meet all fans, I'm surfing seas over sinking sands, while I can walk on water holding my Creator's hand. Can this all be true? Or would you call this luck? Can all my dreams come true? Will I ever wake up? I said, how could this be? That when I close my eyes, I see my people who are mentally free. I see doctors and lawyers and businessmen on my family tree. I see my brothers not joining the army, but being all that they can be. Circling clouds and evading birds is the greatness that I see. Or is it just my imagination running away with me? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a... Okay. I just want to make one quick announcement and then I'm going. If anybody here would like to see Brother K.O. again, he's going to be doing a show at the New Eurekan Poets Cafe on March 13th. The show starts at 10 p.m. Tickets are $7 in advance and $10 at the door. And for those of you who would like to get more information, you can see me in the back. I'm going to leave one of these at the back also. So thank you again. Thank you both, Alphonse and K.O. Give them a warm welcome, applause again. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Tuhut Nine. And thank you, brother poets with the power of the word. We're going to move very rapidly. We have just a couple other things that we're going to do before we bring up Dr. Ben. One of them, first of all, let me acknowledge those people who went to Bethany. We did have a good contingency at Bethany, I'm told. And so let's have the people who went to Bethany with Dr. Jones Sunday to stand. And we want to acknowledge you. Thank you.
That's wonderful. And I understand that you were together just about the whole day. They left and then went to Brother Roy Cannon's wake. And so we're just glad that you represented UAM, and that is what we should be doing. Before we take up our offering, and that's coming after we have a very powerful brother, and you will understand why we have to give to one another. This month has been dedicated to slavery. Last month was dedicated to slavery. We ended last month by showing you a videotape that Frontline did on the Rwanda, the Hutu, and the Tutsi war tragedy, where over 1 million people, our brothers and sisters, killed themselves. The reason that we showed you that videotape was because Frontline told you up front that this confusion, that this carnage really was initiated by the Belgians when the Belgians colonized Rwanda. And they took and told the Tutsis that they were a superior race. And they worked with the Tutsis to execute their will in the area. So the Tutsis really were the house niggers at that time of the Belgians. And then when the revolution came, when colonization ended, the Hutus reversed the situation, and they ran the Tutsis, many of them out of the country. They went to Zaire and other places and formed the Rwanda Patriotic Front. And later in 1990, they invaded Rwanda. But what we have to see is that this is still initiating, coming out of the white man telling us who our enemies are. The white man shaping our minds. And until this day, as the Hutus and the Tutsis, in one of the most inhuman, brutal killings of ourselves in the history of African people, but it was initiated. Its roots were still in the Belgians. We were still executing the will of white people, and we are doing that today. That's why we had to do the series on slavery, because we are still treating each other and seeing each other through the eyes of the white man, as he has shaped and fashioned an image of us in our own eyes, and we don't know who we are. And we moved to that series, to this series with Dr. Ben, so that you will understand from where we came and how we must get on track and who we were before slavery. So I don't want to beg too much tonight. I want you to understand the meaning of what goes on here at UAM. It costs to produce these events every week. We haven't missed a week in 10 years. We have brought you people from all over the world. You do not pay to come here. The education you get here, you can't get in a university. These tapes are shown all over the world. Most of it pirated. We're going to have to do something about it. But they're still shown all over the world. And people are educated from these series. And you would be committing spiritual robbery if you did not do your part to see that these series go on. Brother Maddox, for the most part, has contributed out of his own pockets an unbelievable astronomical amount of money, because when it's short, he just put it in somehow, whatever he takes from wherever he can and makes it up. But we're going to ask you tonight to give, and to give liberally. Let us all stand, please. We want to start from my right. And want the brother in the back to lead everybody down and around. Yes, follow this gentleman from the back. On my right.
Baker, I read some of his books, but I never met him. So this is the first time I'm actually meeting the man, and I'm truly blessed and honored. Back in October of 1998, my partner, Heru, we put together a tribute to 7 leaders. Symbolically, seven leaders who passed away and 7 leaders who are still present with us, because we were inspired after the Million Youth March, and we wanted to tribute these leaders because they have done so much for us, and it's only right to display the inspiration and make it manifest that as young people we want to get involved and we want to do something too. We just don't want to be stigmatized by what the media or what everybody else thinks of us. So Dr. Ben, I make this tribute to you. Youths inspired make a difference. Present this award to Dr. Yosef Ben Jochannan for your unrelenting, uncompromising commitment to the cause. From you, I accept the torch. I will run with it until the time comes to pass it down. I pledge to be true to my ancestral legacy, moving the movement forward with the Creator as my protection. In this dedication, I latch on to my generational reflection. Sponsored by Sun Ra Sun, coordinated by Turtnan Nehru. Dr. Ben.
I was going to speak on so many other things when I got here. I was going to speak on this and that and the other thing. But when I got here, I decided to speak on Egypt. I want to speak on Egypt by name, which is an improper name. And I know that we have been using the word Kemet for some reason. I'm going to hold it back. And Kemet is the nearest thing we seem to be getting to Egypt, but I have not found any justification for the word Kemet. Tamari, yes. Tamari, I find that in Egyptian literature. But then again, it isn't everything we do that we have justification for doing. It pleases us, and then we do it for such a reason. For instance, this winter, I went back to visit Kemet, as the others say. But I went back to visit Mary. Tanubia is just south of us. That's Nubia, which is called Sudan. And so I found that we need to call things by their names so that we would remember them. Talking about Tamari, when you speak about Tamari, they have since modernized the first Holy Land, and I'm speaking about Abydos. Abydos, where the place 4,000 years before Mary, 4,000 years before there was a Mary and a Joseph. It is taught there that a woman named Aset, you call her Isis, became pregnant for a man by name Asar, you call him Osiris, and she gave birth to a baby child by the name of Heru. You call him Horus. That was the first virgin birth. I got to repeat that again. Sunday I noticed that the churches were full with people. They were going to a Christian ceremony. But long before there was anybody named Christ, before an African society adopted Christ, and I'm going to say I could tell you because before one European was practicing Christianity, Azania of Ethiopia, Emperor Azania, made Christianity the official religion of Ethiopia. Egypt, where it started, had came to Ethiopia to get converts. But when he converted to Christianity, he made the Christianity the official religion of his power. And therefore Christianity became, in Ethiopia, the first place it had a church. I know many of you are going to feel it hard because it doesn't have a white source. And that makes you feel rather disappointed. But that's the history. In Egypt, when you speak about history, they're making all kinds of changes. We went there and found up to January the 4th, the new museum built in Nubia. The new museum was supposed to be adapted to suit the conditions of modern Nubia. I must not tell you that they're disappointed with the new museum because it doesn't show us anything of the past. It is a new museum designed to one thing: strengthen the support of Islam. What we need in Africa, or what we call Africa, in ancient times it was called Al-Kebalan, after it was called Kortia, and various other names, Ortegia, Libya, other names. Just as so, we notice that ancient Tamari had brought to the world, like now they're showing in a piece of article I got recently, and they asked that it is no wondrous that ancient Nubia presented mankind with the oldest piece of writing. It wasn't surprising to me, because digging in Egypt for 50 years had brought along certain material that you couldn't bring it to the forward, you couldn't bring it to the public, because the people you had to fight most were Africans. Why Africans? When we had to fight, and we had to fight to get the material to a committee in college, the one who gives you the biggest fight is the man from Africa and the college. I had some situations, and I'm sorry I had them, but then I have to have them. It was my own person. In December last year, I decided to go again to Egypt. And there were certain things that I needed to complete it. And when I got a group of people who were willing to go, Dr. Lewis and his family and other members, they told me that they heard that Abydos had still not reopened. I thought that was very bad. And then I remember that I had a stroke. They said that a person having 4 strokes, that's the most they're allowed to you. But I had 6. last stroke was the only stroke I had when I couldn't speak. All the other strokes, I had them, my left side went out, and I was able to use my right side. But this time I wasn't able to use any side. But what bothered me most of all, it was worse than the stroke alone. I lost the use of my mind. I lie down in the daytime, watch myself, and all I could do is watch myself. I didn't know who I was, where I was, and nothing at all. One day my wife came into the house and she asked me who she was. And I asked her who she was. And she told me who she was, but didn't penetrate. I didn't realize that this young lady I knew when I was a youngster, about 8 years old. That time I was in the US Virgin Islands. I saw my aunt's relative came to visit me, and my mother and all of them were born in Puerto Rico. And I still couldn't remember. I remember a lot of the homes at random. And I decided then I've got to go to Puerto Rico. My family said, I can't go anywhere. I said, I got to go to St. Croix also. And my family went all over to stop me from going to the Caribbean. I said, if I got to run out of this house one of these nights, I am going to the Virgin Islands, and I'm going to Puerto Rico. I paid the airplane fare, and I went on down to Puerto Rico. Nobody but me. I arrived in Fajardo, and I went right to the place where I grew up as a little boy. And I saw my aunt's people. And when I said good day, they were quite surprised to find me sitting on a ramp there in Puerto Rico. But Puerto Rico had changed so much. So many other things had happened, but they're all for the interests of America. If I tell you, John Clark left me with a legacy. John Clark reminded me that I had a lot of works to do that I had not completed yet. And I had to do it for my people. But who is my people? My people did not come from Tortola, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Cuba, you name it. My people came from everywhere a black man lives. We have a certain thing I heard quite often. A black man is angry. I realize you can be angry because his job is threatened. And then he said, you people, any group, come here to take away our job. I wonder what job the black man got. You've got a job that doesn't pay any money. You can have that any time. We cannot tell anyone, none of us, no one in this place can tell anyone his qualification as being high, not from Africa. A young man named Compton just passed away the other day. We buried him Monday. You should have been there to hear what he meant by anyone. I am most happy that I have lost. I think I had the preparation to be most anything I wanted to be as far as money is concerned. I remember when working for a company Standard Oil. When Nelson Rockefeller came at that time, I refused to go to Venezuela. It would have been a very lucrative job. But then I realized that the people in Venezuela did not own 1 barrel of the oil that was stored there. And Rockefeller owned most of the oil and others. He didn't work it. He owned it because he had the power. Men can kill, and they do kill, including being in the ministry, rabbis, priests, ministers, you name it, and they kill. Thou shalt not kill is a joke. They kill all the time, and they pray all the time. Nobody's going to like my position because I say this. And I spoke extensively of a black woman at where heaven is. My mother got heaven when she was around. Your mother has heaven, your wife, girlfriend, or what the case may be. And I spoke to recognize my people, to recognize the black woman. If there's a goddess, it isn't Mary, it's your wife.
Yes, yes.
The woman you go to bed with. You go to bed with a woman and forget her. Then you go to, you get a woman who you have never touched, never gone with, never done anything for you. And then you praise the other woman and leave your woman out. One thing why we are down, I found, not because we were down when they came and got us. When they came and got us, we were up. We were resisting. We were fighting. We have built Egypt. We built Libya. All those places, Ethiopia, Sudan, all those places we had built already. And they hadn't built Rome. They hadn't built Greece. And we stood up against all the forces. When we were fighting for our integrity, they had even little Switzerland, land blocked Switzerland, joined Denmark in the colonialist expansion to make us come down. Nobody comes to get a place if there is nothing sweet to get. You don't go to a land unless there is sweet. People, you feel Europeans came to Africa because Africa was bad? Because you were bad, we tell each other. They came to Africa because we had something. They came to Africa to find Imhotep. And what Imhotep was doing there. They came to find other men who were doing all kinds of engineering and culture and everything else. Even they came to Africa to be at Warit. We call Warit Karnak. They came to Africa to be at Waset. We call Waset Luxor. And what do they do in Warit and Waset? 2.5 miles away. You walk through those two sets of, what do you call it? The Sphinx, like trying to take a canoe. You walk through those two sets of canoe, and you walk in the same line that you have the cow festival, where the Africans more than 3,000 years ago will conduct a marriage ceremony in memory of Asavu and Aset. You call her Isis and Osiris. Now today, We make fun of those religions. Today we do not take them seriously. But if we should take what we have seriously, as serious as we do white things, we cannot fail. You cannot fail because we're using the same hands, the same minds to do the work. If we could do so much for the white man, our boss, we can do a lot for the black woman. Saying that I've been wrong 80s and knocked the 80 pretty hard, and to catch it was quite a job, and it left me a little broken, not broken, a little broken. But being alive today, I know what it is. I felt myself being unable to do things that I'm accustomed to do so well. I felt myself needing to do things that I have done so well. You must understand how I feel. Being in the 80s, called an old man now, and not being able to do what I feel I can do makes very heavy. You never feel like you've done enough for your people, and you've never done enough. Your people, until they can remove themselves from the oppression by others, will always stay on your mind. I went downtown to the Young People March when they had the Young Black Fellows March one Saturday. Million Youth. But I noticed there, you did not go for million youth. You went for a certain amount of youth. They had to be either Christian, Muslim, or Christian, Christian, Muslim, or others. But there are hundreds of religions, African religions. Yorubas, for instance, Olodumare, gods like that. You hadn't contemplated a place for them. But even look at us here tonight. Have you contemplated a goddess? You haven't spoke about a goddess for a long time. Why? Who told you there's no goddess? If there's no goddess, there's no gods. Adam couldn't get pregnant by himself. Otherwise, he was the first faggot that lived. Anytime I talk about a woman with anything related to pregnancy, I am talking about a man. And anytime about a man in relation to pregnancy, I'm talking about a woman. It takes two to produce a child, a man and a woman. And I don't care what your religion says. Your religion is garbage. It's garbage when you don't realize none of you, not one of you, could show me your God. So since you believe in God, you have never seen him, no more than I've seen him, then there's justifiable reason why we can get together, continue to believe in your God, but continue to recognize that whatever I believe is just as good as your belief. Because don't care how hard You pray for something, it doesn't happen. If you ask God for a dime or $100, you're not going to get it. You got to get it by money coming from yourself or somebody else next to you. Even if you bang somebody in the head, you're going to get it, but you're not going to get God give you $1. There's some realistic things that we got to deal with. And the more we try to deal with realism, the more we will solve our problem. I am doing a book on Egypt. I have 3 books ready for the publisher, and the 3 of them of Egypt. I don't do any work, it seems as if, with Egypt, and that will be that's my 41st book. I'm doing the 42nd book. But I could never stop doing on Egypt, because you see, money doesn't have value. It's hard to say that and I work for money. Money loses its value when something else is better than money. If you put that money is supposed to buy something, then that thing is better than money, because money is being used to receive the thing. People, human beings, male and female, for me, is greater than money. I look every day. Islam produced certain African, Christianity produced certain, Judaism produced, and so forth. And then we go to the Yoruba, even in southern tip of Africa, Unkulunku produced somebody. But we never hear these Unkulunku and Gai. These are African religions. African religion older than Christianity, older than Islam, older than Hebrew religion, belonging to us. We made them before we got smart. And we didn't continue. If we continued them today, we would have been smart. We would have been up there, because we would have been more united. But I have faith. Faith that we are going to rule the world again. In 711 of the Christian era, which we call AD, the Moros, left Africa, North Africa, and we went into Spain. We captured Malta's cap. And then we made a terrible mistake. We allowed the Arabs to come in there with us, to join in the control of Spain. And before we got out, we had built Spain's first university, Europe's first university, University of Salamanca. That same university was used by the Berlin Conference to assist taking away our name, to make laws against alcohol, to do anything they felt was necessary to keep us down. We turned against weapons. We said we would not kill. There were weapons used against us. People killed us. People are killing us indiscriminately now. And we do not know that we were enslaved, and we are still dressed up slaves. it's a hard thing to deal with yourself in a condemnation proceeding. To tell yourself you're wrong, I condemn you to a certain life, and then yourself to take it and live with it is a very difficult thing. But it's a true thing. We've got to pick up ourselves from where we are. Pick up ourselves, a little child, over here, over there, a little boy, a little girl, and treat them accordingly, because we can't forget they are ours. And when the name Jochannan, Yosef, Alfredo, all those names belonging to Puerto Ricans, Spaniards and Germans and all these kind of things, becomes better than an African name. And I think they're better. I'm in a sick position. When I have to depend upon a foreign source to recognize myself, I'm in a sick position. When they use Garvey name, I remember when I was a little boy, a teenage boy in Puerto Rico at the time. I had already gone from St. Croix down to Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, when Mr. Garvey's name was called, Alviso Campo used to represent him. And it was then talking about Pan Tierra y Libertad, bread, land, and liberty. 20,000 Puerto Rican students decided to take on the Talbot destroyer and the Texas. 20,000 Puerto Rican students. All of us in black shirts. Well, you know there was no fight because we had more ambition than we had reality. But one thing we learned from it, when you are willing to stand up for what you want, you have strength you never knew you had. That's why I said, I'm going to live until I die. Because there could always be some time when I will make a change. And until the end, I will not say it's enough. I will say wait until tomorrow. When I can't tell you about my love for tomorrow, that means my love for my people, then I'm really gone. I wish it was possible that I had accumulated a lot, and I could have accumulated a lot. I made a lot. But I've got 19 children. Oh yes, it didn't matter me which child was mine from my seed. It didn't matter me which vagina she came from. Right now, I've got little children who call me their father, and I don't even know their mother more than Adam and Eve. But there are little black children who depend on me, and I still on them. There are little black children out there who need help, and need it fast. And if we don't grab those children and give them the kind of direction that they need, it's going to be very bad for us. But Brother Canton, and I say that with a great amount of humility, When at last I saw Brother Canton, he had looked to me like a powerful giant. Then I saw him Monday. He was the powerful giant sitting there, still, can't do anything in all his strength. But there's one thing I knew about Canton. What he could do for his people, he did. There was no question about that. I am not a man full of whatever I used to have, but I understood that in July there would be a trip going to Egypt, and I planned to be on that. Canton been to Egypt. I know it because I took him there. And Canton made a pledge when he was in Egypt, which I lived to see almost everything, he said. He was a man that didn't flinch a day. He spoke what he felt to the Board of Education. He never backed up a step. He always went forward. He made me, and others, know how proud it is to be Mrs. Garvey, though dead. Because when you think on what he did and think back on Mrs. Garvey, you must thank her like you would thank any of the women here for that day she gave birth to him. And I'm going to say something today. It's going to frustrate a lot of men. Until such time as we realize that the woman is the backbone of the family. Now let me tell you this. You could get a man and the child would be born. You can get a man to go any way and the child will be taken care of. But what man is going to get the child? So when are we talking this big talk about following the European with his nonsense? You must forget that in Africa that most homes raise the child. And there's a woman that is the one that raised you. But prejudice of the man, our fear brought us this. Adam and Eve. How Adam, he get pregnant for himself? And no Eve. And then you go on with Eve and tell the family, I don't understand. Because I don't understand, I ask these questions. They're questions that I have to answer to satisfy my living. And I don't understand it. So I bring it to you for you to understand how I suffer. But I don't have to suffer as long as you with me. I'm going to be lastly grateful. You see, when I was sick, as I said, I was more sick than now. I wanted to be comforted. I wanted to be comforted in my mind. I wanted to know whether or not somebody would tell me something that will soothe me. And everything I heard is what America is going to do for me. What Germany doing for me, France doing for me, all the Western European countries plus the suit I had on, everything Western, including the suit I got on. There was nothing I could hold and squeeze and said, this is mine, it come from an African country. Even the Caribbeans or anywhere. Everything I hold come from a European. Touch yourself. Look at yourself. What do you have that is not European? Everything we own. Even ourselves are Europeans. And we model ourselves that. One time we had a group of girls called Grandiosa Models. Brother Bratt had them. And they dressed up like Africans and were proud of it. And we, down there by 125th Street and all over Harlem, used to brag about our Grandiosa model. Today, the same women are dressed up, but they don't have African clothes on because, for some reason, African clothes, though it protect them, though it cover their nakedness, it isn't swarthy enough. So I got to say, I am glad that my mother clothed herself enough that a man had to respect her. When he went to her to have interrelations with her, he first knew he had to respect her because the way she dressed as a woman. And I am saying, that's one thing about respect about Islam. The women are properly dressed. I'm asking us, can't we develop a code of ethics that everyone must respect? It can be an African woman in charge, an African man, or both. But there've got to be certain things we produce and do not have to beg anyone about it. Then and then. A man said, when you can show me what you do, because you're an African, nothing else, then and only then I would say, as Garvey said, lift up and rise up, ye mighty race. And you're a mighty race. Why can't you be powerful again? If I could see this one day, I would be ready to go. I'll be ready to go because I know that Africa is still safe. Africa is still free. Africa is going to be freer yet. My brothers and my sisters, I thought that I would say a few words to you, and I couldn't think of anything other than that. Brother Maddox is away. I guess that he's a dutiful son is putting a dutiful father to sleep. It is hard to have that task. It is worse to put your daughter or son away like I had to. But regardless of what, if all of us could adopt a child, even if to help a child, today, tomorrow, we will have to win the war. So until another time, when I can come to you, if I can come to you, I will always believe in you. I believe in you in the past. I believe in you when I was born from a mother in good old Africa, Ethiopia. I believe in you in the Virgin Islands, St. Croix. I believe in you in Puerto Rico, Fajardo. And I am still believing in you. One day, I hope that I have the pleasure for John Clark, Malcolm X, Brother Canton, all the African specialists of old who wrote that many of us would learn about ourselves. I think that J.A. Rogers and such men, they wrote because their love for you. The pencil, right now, when I hold my pencil to write, sometimes I got to stop. My hands get tight and tired. And it bothers me. But it's part of the growing old. I say, my brothers and sisters, God, and I'm using that in the generic term, and His goddess is happy they had the privilege of knowing you.
Let's have it again for Dr. Ben. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, we want to ask you to hold hands. We're going to leave together. We're going to leave together. Everybody hold hands. The calendar, the UAM Black Facts calendar is in the back. Those of you who have ordered that calendar, you can pick it up tonight. The calendar is $15 for those who would like to purchase it. The funds for this calendar go to the UAM summer retreat for the children, the summer camp. So pick up one. It's a wonderful camp. We have some fruit up here, and Brother Herbie, we want to thank you for your diligence and the way you every week go and get the fruit and bring it. And the fruit is for you. When you leave, we want to share. The fruit is like sharing something together. So we bring it so we can break bread together. So come and take a piece of this fruit and keep Brother Maddox and his family in your prayers. We're an African people, robbed, stolen from our homelands, robbed of our culture, our names, our heritage, the great things we have done. But we're an African people, a real African people. And we're going to rise. We are rising. Never again to be defeated. Up, you mighty people. You can accomplish what you will. No justice, no justice, no peace. Good night.